minds in the country, and the scale which is today available to you, make the best use of it. Create solutions for the country, for the world. Today, if you look at many of the government programs under Prime Minister's leadership, many of the government programs are today born digital. Programs are born digital. The UPI is a very classic example. All of you know very well about it. The next example which is going to come, which will be as big as UPI or maybe even bigger, is going to be the health mission. And I'm sure some of you would have already got connected with it, because as we speak, more than 100 startups have already started using that public digital platform. So that concept in which there is a private and a public partnership, the government is creating the platforms, and the startups, the enterprises, the entrepreneurs are creating the solutions facing the consumers. That's the model which we will take forward. Make the best use of it. When you come to France, one thing that you should take away from here is the way of thinking. That way of thinking basically teaches how to prepare for the failure cases. We always think of use cases, right? The French way of thinking is how to prepare for the failure cases. So this is so what can fail? What else can fail? What else can fail? What else can fail? That's the way a French person is trained to design. If you learn that, then your products will be very robust. Very robust. Then the products can be deployed all over the world without thinking twice. So make the best of this opportunity. Showcase the talent of India. India is a talent nation today. Showcase that. You are all the ambassadors of the country. So in your interaction, remember that you are representing India, not just your company or not just yourself. Remember that always. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This marks the end of what has to happen on the stage. I will now request Dipali Upadhyay to give the minister and the ambassador a tour of our startups who have all traveled with great effort over here. And there's much more to see. So I hope you get a chance to see it all. Thank you.
I can sit down.
So your first moderator for your first session. 488. Mic, सब कुछ share इन सब ये get the guests on. point towards it. We have 1 second. I'll just.
And
there's-
also, do you need some seating on stage?
yeah. So
How
we
many?
need 4 seats on stage. Yeah, these stools are fine.
The screen will get cut.
The stools are fine.
Are the stools okay?
He's one of the first panelists.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So 4 stools and then 4 mics.
All right. I don't know if we have 4 mics. We have 3 mics they can share.
Then we can share.
Yeah. Akanksha.
I need to ask, can you call Dipali or
She's taken somebody for the minister for a tour. Kevin? I need all the mics for next session. Yes.
I'm very happy to be part of Viva Tech.
Hi, request everyone to take a seat in the Indian Pavilion. We'll be starting with the next session. Okay, he's still here, so you'll have to wait. Hi everyone, request everyone to gather at the Indian Pavilion since we'll be starting the sessions soon. Manoj? Good morning, bonjour. Welcome to the Indian Pavilion at the Viva Tech 2022. France and India, the strategic partners since 1998, share a common digital culture and are committed to fostering initiatives in the technology sector. On India's 75th anniversary of independence, as it celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, India has been announced as the first ever official Country of the Year at Viva Tech. India has been the first mover on an open, inclusive, and interoperable web. The India Stacks provides a unified software platform to usher its entire population into the digital age. It is a set of APIs that allows government, businesses, startups, and developers to utilize a unique digital infrastructure to solve India's hard problems. With the central theme as the India Stack, we have an exciting lineup of distinguished speakers, startups, and an innovation showcase. So with that, we will begin with our first panel discussion. And I would like to invite my friend, Mr. Siddharth Shetty, to start the panel discussion.
Hi everyone, good morning, bonjour, namaste. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here today and to invite to the stage our fairly esteemed panel, Siddharth Tiwari from the Bank of International Settlements. He's recently come in all the way from Washington. Pierre Peziade from France itself. And Professor Das from Bangalore. I'll move this a bit. Won't fall off. So before we dive in, it's really an honor because Siddharth has been working extensively with the Bank of International Settlements on highly important multilateral issues of today, economic and otherwise. Pierre has been an entrepreneur himself, and so we'll sort of cover the range of public infrastructure that India has built out, but also the private innovation possibilities that open up both in India and beyond. And Pierre has founded successful companies and then joined the other side, which is the government in France, to build out state startups. And so many of the French digital commons that many of you may be interacting with were built out by Pierre and Henri Verdier and their team. And we also have Professor Das, who's worked extensively in the wireless broadband space, but more recently is the director of one of India's premier technology institutes, IIIT Bangalore, to talk a bit about India's identity effort and the open source effort that's underway to take it to other parts of the world. So thank you everyone for coming here physically, and thank you all for joining in digitally and virtually as well in India and France. Before we dive into what all of this is, I think if you look at the times we're living in and the current societal problems that are facing us, we're just coming out of a pandemic in a fairly serious situation across the world. And there are a lot of open questions around how do we actually build from here? What new technologies need to be created to solve the problems of financial inclusion, health inclusion that are facing many of our societies across the world. And while we're all familiar with the conventional approaches, which is one either being big tech that you and I interact with on a daily basis, or a range of other approaches that might be more, if I may say so, very state-driven, I think there is a third model that's emerging. And so to open it up, I'd like to ask Siddharth to talk a bit about, what is digital public infrastructure? What does that look like, and why is it really important given the times we're living in?
So it's very unusual to have two Siddharths on the stage at the same time. And so thanks so much. I want to go back a little bit to give you a sense of why a digital public infrastructure is, why it is a unique breakthrough as far as the development process goes. So for about 1,000 years, 2,000 years, we were very used for people to prosper as economies developed. So as economies got richer, people got access to a whole lot of services, and this has been the story for 2,000 years, till somewhere around 2007 in India, when for the first time there was an attempt to do a digital public infrastructure in bringing identity to Indians in India. And it was a simple concept, but the work we've done shows that in the absence of Aadhaar and in the absence of that technological breakthrough, it would have taken India another 50 years to reach where it reached on several fronts. And you may ask what fronts? First, the number of people who are brought into the banking system. increased by over 800 million in a 5-year period. So that's the kind of breakthroughs that digital public infrastructures allow one to do. And then we can go on to other topics as we go on.
And could you talk a bit, Siddharth, also about, you mentioned Aadhaar, and that resulted in the opening of bank accounts. But a similar version of it then allowed us to accelerate payments. And could you talk a bit about what that looks like? And then we'll come to Pierre.
So just in the inclusion aspect of Aadhaar, in terms of it was used as a basis for opening bank accounts in India. Over 800 million bank accounts were opened in a short period of time. And it's the largest single increase that the world has seen, both in the aggregate, but more importantly, amongst segments of society that were challenged. The youth, rural, women, people who were not educated. And then once people were inside the banks, the first example of another digital infrastructure was UPI, where a payment system that was responding to 1 billion people was brought in. And think about it, it's a system that works 365, 24/7, instant, it's costless, it settles in fiat money inside the central bank, has finality of payments, and is big tech and fintech friendly. I don't think you would find any other public system in the world that is equivalent. And I was looking yesterday at some numbers where UPI was. There was a time I remember only 5 or 6 years back, the ambition was to get to 1 billion transactions in a year. Last month, UPI did 5.5 billion transactions in 1 month. And it's looking at topping the 100 billion range soon. So that's the second part of this. One, giving people who cannot read or write an identity, a sense of value, a sense of nationhood, and then using that identity to make individuals part of the financial system.
Thank you, Siddharth. And as you outlined, it's very clear in a country of 1.4 billion people with large amounts of diversity, there is this case for public infrastructure to be built out, whether it's in the form of platforms like Aadhaar or in the form of protocols like UPI that facilitate these multi-party interactions. But coming to France, France has been doing a lot of work, Pierre, over the last few months that I've spent in Paris on something similar, what you call digital commons, but I think it's very similar. And addressing a fairly related set of areas and problems. So could you talk to us about, why is this sort of public infrastructure important, even in an economy like France and France in the broader European Union as well?
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you. I feel very, very humbled by the achievements made, and I will talk about innovation in public services. The first issue with innovation is the innovation usually breaks a rule. And it's uneasy to break a rule inside a system or inside a bureaucracy, inside an existing organization. So the first thing we did in France is to set up an incubator program allowing public servants to get out of the system to solve a problem. And that's how we build systems that help taxi drivers, help spread culture, like maybe some of you know the pass culture, which is a great success of the President Macron. But the first important thing is to step out of the system, to think different, to be allowed to think different, and to use technology to find new ways of solving problems. Otherwise, we've been using technology to reproduce the procedures, or we've been digitalizing forms for a long time. So this IT was a synonym of forms, digital forms. And so the first idea was to get out of the system, to reinvent the system, and then scale up so that you engage all the population and you become the new public service. So we've been transforming the system from the inside with an incubator called beta.gov, and which has been running more than 100 startups and a dozen unicorns now. So that was my first insight. The second is, when we were doing so, we were doing that with very low means, very low, very few money, and we need to find strategies that we can afford at low cost. And we found in the community systems like open source, like a community system like Wikipedia or OpenStreetMap or Open Food Facts, that are not only softwares but communities fulfilling a big databases that are really useful for the people. And we found that these strategies were very powerful when we had the necessity to be very, very, very cheap to go to market. So that's why we met with you guys, and we realized that we had the same strategy, because you mentioned that the UPI system is not a communist system saying these are the payments in India. It is an innovation-friendly system. That is mostly a protocol, APIs that just says our preference is that raw payments are free, but now please invent everything on top of that, and you can make buy now, pay later systems on that, and be profitable. And that's quite what we call here platform strategies, and that the governments don't really have developed yet. And we found that very instructive to use this strategy to enforce public services, whether in culture, in education, or mobility.
Thank you, Pierre. And one of the things I realized in sort of my interactions with the French ecosystem was the strong notion of sovereignty. Digital sovereignty, President Macron talks about it, but sovereignty of the kind where it's really about preserving individual agency, right? Putting individuals at the center, rethinking that balance between the state and the market and civil society, which was sort of similar to how we were thinking about it within the Indian ecosystem as well, what we call Samaj Bazaar Sarkar in Hindi. Could you talk a bit about, what does that mean when President Macron talks about digital sovereignty, and how do digital commons relate to that?
You must understand that sovereignty is a question of point of view. If I ask the China government what is the definition of the software, digital sovereignty, they will have a really different vision from us. For us, the digital sovereignty is that the technology should stick to our values. Our main value is freedom. Here, and so we found very useful and some of the leaders in technology don't really stick to that, actually. They decrease our privacy, they can decrease, so we have to enter into a bargain of power into that, so we cannot only rely on large technology providers because they don't stick exactly to our values. That's why we have to be very innovative, and we can, as I mentioned earlier, governments are not large tech companies that can hire hundreds or thousands of brightest engineers. They have to invent new ways of being at that level to compete and enforce their values. And that's why we strongly believe in the alliance between administration, governments, and digital commons, where there are talented people, motivation, and people that want to that the digital world stick to our value and notably the value of freedom.
That's so true, and in fact, as Pierre outlined, as technologists, when we design these systems, we embed our own values and beliefs into the code. And it's so critical that as we design country-scale systems, that we stick to the values of democracy and many other ideals that we hold dear in the platforms that are being built out. And that brings me to Professor Das, because Professor Das, as Pierre mentioned, they've been building a set of digital commons in France, one of which is even in the identity space, France Connect. And there's India's on a similar effort, and IIIT Bangalore has been the home for MOSIP, the modular open source identity project. So maybe could you talk to us a bit about that, as well as the broader ecosystem from your vantage point?
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth Sethi, for setting the context so nicely, and also I appreciate both the panelists already spoken so eloquently about the respective infrastructure of India and proceeding. But let me, before going to the point what you said, let me give you some background of my last 16 years plus being in e-governance or digital governance space, of my involvement as a technical advisor to different departments in Government of India and also the state government, which is one of the most active digital governance, that is called State of Karnataka. So in many departments where I worked, starting from Ministry of Home and Finance and e-governance, judiciary, everywhere I found that the performance of these digital stacks or digital infrastructures both has evolved over a time from last 16 years, which has increased the performance, transparencies, and all those things. But however, one of the main thread between all these things for those new applications or the new inventions was happening is digital identity requirement from the citizens. Because one side is government or the private organizations, they want to give lot of facilities or the help to the citizens, but they need one of the main important thing which I said is the identity, to whom I am giving. Even the bank wants to give the money, but whom I am giving or who is opening the accounts. So digital identity or the Aadhaar, which was developed 15 years back, has helped as an accelerator to develop all those things in India. And India practically leapfrogged, which we have discussed, is that 30 to 40 years ahead due to this digital identity. However, this digital identity is not a simple system or a platform to develop, because it needs multiple things starting from technologies, security, privacies, and multiple things. In that respect, in IIIT Bangalore, by the help of lot of from different organizations, we are developing a modular open source identity platform which we talked about called MOSIP. And this has given a huge advantage like following, that many digital identity platforms in the world are very much proprietary. But MOSIP gives you the due to the open source, makes the owner of the MOSIP user as the owner of that platform. It has no lock-in systems. So any government or any organization picks up MOSIP from the MOSIP platform, they can be lock-in free. There are no lock-ins. They can develop on that. They're configured according to their requirements. They are the owner of the software also. Secondly, all the vendors or system integrators, whichever the country picks up MOSIP, cannot be a vendor locked in. It is agnostics to vendors, because there are 70 vendors and also the 10 system integrators in the world are being involved in this development and procurements of MOSIP. So looking at that, MOSIP is one of the platforms which we given to the world free of cost also, because no one has to pay any money for having the MOSIP as their country's one of the digital identity provider. So being so much of things which gives the MOSIP, I again want to recollect and repeat what Mr. Siddharth Tiwari said few minutes back and the minister said 20 minutes back, is that for all this application, it may be UPI, it may be any of the applications, you need the digital identity to make it successful. So MOSIP has become so popular now that within the 3 years, around 7 countries have been adopted it. Out of that, 2 has already rolled out in 65 million plus, and another 5 are doing the test beds on their countries. So this technology wise also, it has a lot of flexibility, scalability, modularity, and lastly, which is the most of the questions people ask us, what about the security of one? So we are highly secured in that way, end to end, because it uses all the open source like RSA and all kind of algorithms for security. And lastly, the privacy, which is also asked by many people. So you can configure MOSIP according to the privacy requirement of the your country's policy or the company's policy or the citizen's policy also. Citizen wants that I don't want to give some of my information, that also can be done. So this leads to this open source and open standard leads to that helping us for interoperability. That means that if a country adopts or a company adopts MOSIP as a digital identity, it can interoperable with another organization or another country. If know your customers, that KYC, we say e-KYC, is available from both the countries, then we can make a UPI-like financial transaction between the countries also. So MOSIP is a very strong platform or a stack, full stack, coming out from the India to already to the world. Already it has established in the world and moving forward in the world in that regards to help all the kind of policymakers, citizens to get the benefit of it. Thank you. And any questions of anything, over the time we can give answer to it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Professor Das. And that really paints a very powerful picture of digital identity. And I think a point that you made, which was very important, is this is not traditional e-governance, where it is designing technology that's used only within the government. MOSIP is actually enabling it across private sector as well.
Yes.
And so essentially what we're talking about is, much like many of us are used to internet standards, whether it was GPS, on top of which we've had Google Maps and a range of private innovations built out, www or HTTP, again, on top of which you had a whole range of private innovations. What we are saying is in socio-economically important areas like identity, payments, we'll come to data sharing in a few minutes, we need to take a similar approach. So maybe Siddharth and Pierre, if you could sort of briefly touch upon what does this look like, because traditional e-governance, or when we think of technology being done by the government, it's often thought about in a way where it's just being used within the government, within government agencies. And in both examples that you mentioned, it is the state coming in to do a minimal set of activities, but then unleash innovation across the private sector and diverse groups of private sector, which is fairly unusual. So what does that look like, and how is it different from conventionally what most people are used to?
So it's not only in the state, but also in the private sector. The traditional form of delivering products was end-to-end, meaning that if you were selling cornflakes, you owned the cornfield, you made the cornflakes, you owned making the cartons, filling them, selling them. And as Pierre mentioned before, the management has changed from end-to-end to a platform approach, right? So think about it. A company like Uber doesn't own the phone you use to make the call, the internet you use. All they own is connecting the driver with the customer. They don't own the payments method, and they don't own what feedback you give on the driver. And this stack approach or a platform approach came very early in India, in the India Stack story. And that has revolutionized the approach. It's also an approach where you regulate first, that you set out the regulatory perimeter, and you let the private sector innovate after that. You leave the consumer interface to the private sector, and what that does is that innovation becomes a part of the DNA in how this is carried on.
This is very true. There is something also that is very true and very unknown from the politician point of view, is that the regulator often think that they can regulate a system and the digital world with laws, only laws, and they could in the past, but today, for instance, we have a law here called GDPR, and it was intended to protect our privacy in Europe. And the effect of this law is that it has put every internet page one click away from me, accept, and it has enabled the concentration of even bigger data broker that even concentrate more data. So actually, it failed in that perspective of protecting of privacy because it was thought just only as a law. And policymakers now should be aware that if you want to enforce our values, if you want on the digital world, you need laws, but you also need to roll out infrastructure and protocols to enforce the laws. And I will finish by this. But we have a law called the Digital Service Act that is spreading next year. And one of the promises, you will have instant messages interoperability. I mean, you will be able to chat with your Signal app with a WhatsApp user, right? So this is a promise, but this won't happen with just a law. Technical people, if there are any here, know all the risk and the teeny bit details that will be the safeguard that will be needed if we don't want WhatsApp to siphon all the data from telegrams, etc. So the regulators here start to understand this, but it's new to them. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to express this again. If you want to regulate the digital world, you need laws and you need digital infrastructure and protocols that are often managed as digital commons with not only the governments managing them, but the whole private sector and the community.
In fact, we like to call it techno-legal, right? So you need a legislative framework that addresses many of the societal concerns, but that legislative framework needs to be supplemented by the right open technology standards to actually bring that interoperability to life, whether it is in the case of identity technology supplementing a government's policy of welfare distribution, benefits of different kinds, or if a country wants to move towards a less cash society, what UPI, Siddharth mentioned, supplements that effort. Pierre, you mentioned GDPR, right? And this techno-legal approach to GDPR. There's been a bunch of effort taking place in India, Siddharth, called the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, which essentially enshrines this techno-legal thinking, creates a new class of institutions such that individuals, 1 billion individuals, are truly given control of their data. Could you talk a bit about what that looks like? And as Professor Das mentioned, privacy is extremely important, but privacy is very abstract. So how does DEPA really realize the privacy principles that have been laid out in GDPR or other data protection legislation?
Okay, so most countries, most countries have privacy laws that dictate what information can be shared, what information can be processed, and what information can be sold. But in no country has been able to enforce these laws for the following reasons. One, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I download an app, it takes me less than 15 seconds to hit I agree. And I suspect you do the same faster than me. In giving ex ante consent, it's always broad and sweeping, and you've signed away all the data that is being generated in that activity. And the reason I say why this is a problem is that the data that you've given away has value, and consumers often don't recognize what the value is. If you doubt what I'm saying, look at the top 10 Fortune 500 companies. 7 of them are data companies. Data is the only example where the creator of something of value, meaning you have no knowledge of where it resides. You have no control on how it is traded, and you get no value when it is sold. So fast forward the amount we saw before on the movie, there are billion phones in India. So do the arithmetic yourself, a billion phones, people surfing 20 times a day, 20 billion pieces of data. And so that's a huge amount of data that is being generated, and any approach to enforce privacy has to be done through technology. Without it, it is not possible. So DIPA in India, or a general consent-based mechanism, is trying to answer the question that the consumer is the owner of the data, even though it is sitting in incompatible formats and in silos in different companies. So the system that's been created is a digital system that empowers the consumer. The consumer is able to pull their data from where the data resides through an intermediary and deliver it to those who can use the data for the benefit of the consumer. So a simple thing being, you want life insurance, you are able to pull health or financial data from your sources, give it to a life insurance company that can determine whether you are worth insuring or not. So that's the original version of the DIPA framework, and it's being applied in the financial sector right now. Just to give you an example, it's a big country, so pilots become large. There's a pilot on the account aggregator system, was started in September, went live. And last month when I looked at it, there were 225 million people who were riding the rails. So it's something that India has done repeatedly, which is to think big, start out small, but then really ramp it up really fast.
And that's powerful, because the ability for me to be in control, fetch my data in real time, and actually give informed consent, which otherwise many of us thought traditionally consent is broken. And what I hear is, for the 75 years of our independence on 15th August, the goal is to get to 750 million accounts from the current 200 odd million number. But that brings me to Professor Das. You know, we've spoken about DIPA, we've spoken about UPI, the payment system. Pierre touched upon DSA and DMA, which are these new regulations to bring about interoperability, bring about better safety for children on the online world. All of it comes down to digital ID, right? The ability for an individual in a very privacy-preserving manner to authenticate themselves wherever they may be, completely presenceless, completely paperless. If you could spend a few minutes painting, what does the future for MOSIP look like? How do you see this going to other countries? How do you see it being used more and more, sort of to supplement the legislations that many advanced and emerging economies are putting out?
Okay, so very good question actually, because it is a vision kind of things. What will be next 10 years or 20 years with respect to MOSIP, or 5 years down the line, you can say. So having said that, let me make it very clear two things. Every government in the world, except a few maybe, every government in the world wants betterment for their citizens. And digital world is the one of the way which can bring in the all kind of benefits or facilities as quick as possible. So if the government or the private companies wants to bring in, then they need the digital ID. So that is very clear. So now comes the role of the MOSIP, second part. Before coming to the role of the MOSIP, it has been informed to us that out of the 7.5 billion population of the world, 3 billion people, means close to 50%, 40% I can say, do not have any digital identity. That means 40% cannot avail any kind of facilities and all which is on the digital platform, which is governments are asking for or wanting for. That is point number one. And point number two, those who have digital identity of 60% of them have say, they do not have so much of flexibility or modularity like MOSIP is, because some of the digital identity in the world are logged into different platforms and they are logged into the different vendors, so they don't have so much flexibility or modularity as concerned. So giving answer to your question, what will be the MOSIP's role? The MOSIP's role will be that, first of all, if possible, those 3 billion people in the world can get a digital identity through MOSIP, point number one. Point number two, even though there are existing digital identity of different government is there or different private companies which are availing, if they want more flexibility in future or they wants to come out from those lock-in systems or they want more friendly with the APIs, with the other kind of interoperability, the MOSIP has to play a role on that sense, because MOSIP is an open source and MOSIP is an open standards, and MOSIP doesn't charge any money to it. It wants to give to the world as a MOSIP platform, this digital identity platform, complete stack with all functionalities, that please bring in your citizen onto this platform and avail as you want facilities for your own citizens. So this is the vision of the MOSIPs for over the years, next many years.
Sort of like yoga.
Yeah.
But that, Pierre, your president, President Macron, recently articulated a very powerful vision about open standards, and the recent visit with Prime Minister Modi, the joint statement reflected sort of the two regions working together on open standards, open protocols towards the digital future that we're heading towards. If I had to put you on the spot, right, could you paint us what that future would look like? I mean, what could that cross-border interoperability or collaboration on these open standards as articulated by your president really look like for citizens in terms of how their daily lives would be changed?
I think we don't have a single idea what can it be precisely, because it's innovation, and it's community-driven and it's open. So, and that's the new thing, that government, when they say we want to promote digital common to solve our public problem, there is something that is unsaid, that is, we have to let it go. We have to accept the fact that solutions will be found outside of our ego, which is something very unusual in our country, which is a very Jacobin country. So the first thing is the future is unpredictable. It will be enabled by those things, but there are so many things that we can do. We are confronted with fake news problems that we know that we cannot expect the large platform to solve this problem by themselves. And we all know that Wikipedia style of moderation could help the users of this social network benefit from labels when they show fake news videos. So we can invent those systems, partner with the communities that are strong with their know-how, where their Wikipedia, their OpenStreetMap, their Open Food Fact, their mobility communities all around, partners with them and invent those regulation systems. And I've just figured out one, so I would like the next system that we invent is that every fake news can be moderated outside in a community system, and whenever it's flagged in the community system, it must appear as this has been signaled as a fake news. You can click here, and if it is retweeted, if you retweeted it, you will be DM'd by the platform, by the Twitter platform, saying, "Hey, the community has said so." This is a single example of how powerful a lever we can find outside the government, in the communities, to solve our problems.
And we've seen fake news and disinformation threaten our democracy. So I think supplementing the upcoming legislation like DSA with these kinds of crowdsourced technology tools will be powerful, and hopefully we see that manifest. Siddharth, you have the last word. You know, we've spoken about identity, we've spoken about payments, we've spoken about mobility and data, but what are the digital commons we're not thinking of? You know, as we head into this future, is it climate or something else that you'd really like see this sort of whole public infra come in and private innovation be built on top that is critical for us?
So the two global public goods that are out of reach right now are, one is data, and we've been talking about it. And we've seen some early moves in India and including in GDPR on the data front. But the ultimate public good that is out of reach is climate. And a huge amount of effort has been done from the official sector. But the next frontier has to be that the private sector is disclosing their greenhouse gas emissions on an ongoing basis. But like the data that we talked about before, the disclosure on an ongoing basis doesn't take you very far. It will need, like Aadhaar, like UPI, like DEEPA, it will need a tech underbelly to bring the information together, to provide it to the population in a coherent manner so that you and I as consumers can decide which company we are going to support and which company we are not going to support, and allow a market-driven, community-driven solution to tackle the climate challenge. It's been 300 years that we haven't been able to fix it. My hope is that in the next decade, by bringing ambition and technology together, we'll be able to solve it.
So on that note, Professor Das, Pierre and Siddharth, it was an absolute honor, and thank you so much for hosting and giving me this chance to host this esteemed panel today. We've articulated a very powerful vision across a broad range of areas, and thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Siddharth Sethi.
So after the insightful discussion on digital commons and DEPA, we move forward to our next panel discussion. So today we are joined by many startups who are going to showcase their prototypes physically and also through an e-booth. As the startups scale up and grow to become the big businesses of tomorrow, what are some things they need to be prepared of and what can they expect? To answer these questions and more, we have an insightful panel discussion coming up next in the Scaling Up series, Startup to Grown Up, the method to the madness. For this, I would like to call upon Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, on the stage. Dr. Taslim Arif Sayed, CEO, CCAMP, Department of Biotechnology, and Mr. Nicholas Brian, Chairman, Eurotechnologies. I request Dr. Chintan Vaishnav to take the session forward.
Thank you very much, Vishnupriya. It's great to have you, Taslim and Nicholas. We can sit down and get going. Okay, well, so this conversation is going to be about, as was announced, a startup to grown up, method to the madness. If you have an idea, how do you go forward? And what happens in each of these contexts? This is essentially, as you know, an ecosystem conversation, right? If you landed in Mumbai, the types of things you would be able to do are going to be different than when you landed in Paris, because the ecosystems are different. There's much going on here that is different from one another, and yet it is supporting everybody. And so that's the conversation we're going to have. We have a great panel. From India, we have Dr. Taslim Arif Sayed. Taslim is the director and COO of CCAMP, CCAMP, which is the Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms. CCAMP is one of India's most established incubators. So that's Taslim. Welcome, Taslim. And then we have Nicola Bryan, and Nicola is the chairman of the management board at Eurotechnologies, Europe's biggest incubator. So welcome, Nicola. And let's get going here. Let me start with a question. This is a question for both of you. So whoever wants to go first. We'll start with the host here, and so we have a total of about 30 minutes. So I'd suggest that if each response is maybe 3 to 5 minutes, then I think we'll have time for a little bit of back and forth also. So the first question is, bring us up to speed quickly on where does the French innovation ecosystem stand? What kind of ideas can you take forward relatively easily? And then what is the gap? What do you wish would happen that is not happening today?
Well, thank you so much for hosting me. This would be a very French way of addressing things, to start with the negative and what we should improve. And so I'm going to start with the very positive, okay?
Start positive, go negative, yes.
What is happening here in France, what has been happening over the past 7 years, I entered the ecosystem 7 years ago, it's quite amazing. So you have to just think at where the French ecosystem, the French startup ecosystem used to stand 6 years ago. Yeah. 6 years ago, the capital city for startups in Europe used to be London.
Yeah.
And then Brexit happened. And honestly, the capital city for startups in Europe is increasingly becoming Paris.
Yeah.
It has to be said at some point. I'm going to just circulate a few figures about this. Basically, we've witnessed a startup boom just last year, plus 30% of startup creation in the French ecosystem, which is just the biggest entrepreneurial boom we've ever witnessed in our history. We have also seen crazy amounts of financial valuation. The fundraising rounds are madness. You mentioned madness in the title of the panel. It's pure madness. I mean, when I got into the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem 7 years ago, the average Series A was something between 600,000 euros. Last year, the average Series A was 13 million euros.
What?
So that's clearly a boom.
Oh
that's
my
clearly
God.
madness.
That is really amazing.
And so what is happening right now in the French ecosystem is really, really interesting. It's not, and I may conclude on that point, it's not the French ecosystem. It's actually the gateway to the European ecosystem. And that's why we are very happy to have you here. Because if you guys want to land on the European continent, if you want to expand your startups, clearly the gateway is here. It's happening here in France, and if I may, not only Paris, but really France. You have great startup ecosystem outside of Paris, in Toulouse, Montpellier, Lyon, Lille, obviously, where I'm headquartered. And so, welcome in Europe.
Thank you very much.
You're not welcome in France, you're welcome in Europe.
Thank you very much. And in Hindi, we say that der aaye durast aaye, which means that, well, you came late, but you did well to come here. So it's great to be here. Let's go to Tasleem and also here bring us up to speed on where India's innovation ecosystem you think is.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Tasleem Arif Syed. First of all, it's great to be here. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for us to participate at Viva Tech. It's seeming like a heavily buzzing a convergence of different technologies, and India to have such a good positioning happen here as a partner is a fantastic. So that's fun. But I think the reason that what I would like to convey to friends here is that India absolutely actually is one of the sweetest spot in terms of innovation and startup building for last 8 to 10 years. I think the way it is going, we all know about the number of unicorns which are coming out in different fields, but very importantly, where in addition to digital health, e-commerce, which is absolutely doing well, the deep science and deep tech component is actually doing very, very well, be it in areas of healthcare, which I come from, life sciences, agriculture, or many other areas, including energy and so on, mobility per se. And I think this, if I were to envisage myself being a part of ecosystem that is building, this is the right zone, because we are actually at a trajectory which is absolutely buzzing. We may not have a scale, but we are actually destined to go that scale very, very soon. And what important thing is happening, it's a good balance between global ambition and local societal impact. I think that's a very, very important. While you actually try to do globally competitive and solve it for globe, but also at the same time, how you solve using technologies, solve problems on the ground, which is very, very important. And that impacts more or less 4 to 5 billion people around the world. So that is a very strong story that, according to me, is to be put forward. And I would say that balance of tech and balance of science and balance of impact is a convergence that India is doing well as a broad. And it's fantastic to be here. I think, as Nicholas mentioned, global partnerships are the key to grow. From early ideas when everybody is excited about the new thought, but it's very important to scale them up. And for the scale up, partnerships are the key. And I think global partnerships are a very important component of it. So it's good to have such a pavilion right here to build such partnerships and go forward. I'll stop here for now, Chintabhai.
Great, thank you, Tasleem. And let me say, well, let me wear for a moment the hat that I do wear in India of the heading the innovation ecosystem, innovation mission of India. What I feel is that the scale is coming. The scale is coming in the following way, that if you look at India today, with about 70,000 startups for 130 crore or 1.3 billion people. That's about one startup in 20,000 people. I think France is at about one startup in 3,000 people. I think we're going to go to one startup in 2,000 people, so 10 times in about 10 years. So the scale's on its way. So let me say, let's get us a bit more grounded, Taslim, along the lines of what you said. If you were to pick your favorite example of this method to the madness, a startup, an idea that is going forward, can you describe it and what is, and also say what has helped their journey?
Correct. So, no, thanks, Chindubai, again. I think it would be easiest for me to pick an innovation which is here so that people can go and check them out. If you are here and you can see that there are a couple of very exciting work, rather three that I know of. One is a device which actually was envisaged to ensure that the vaccines which are being developed reach to the beneficiary in good shape, that is in good temperature controlled manner. So a device which was in making for last 4 to 5 years came phenomenally handy through the scale-up process of last 2 years, so that it could reach areas which are not easily served, remote areas in India, and possibly now with them we are going to Kenyas of the world and actually taking them forward. So this is a simple device which uses solid state physics to ensure that the temperature of the vaccine remains very close to 4 degrees and doesn't go freezing and thawing cycle, which actually disrupts the vaccine efficacy. And that is very, very good. It is being supported by many organizations, and I think they are on their way to actually make a difference at the globe. But there are other two companies also here. Yesterday we launched in near Bangalore in Mysore another device called ViewDX from a company called Spot Sense, which is also here. And they have a device here where over many years now they have ability to use saliva to detect neonatal, young birth, after birth, the infection monitoring system. It's a phenomenal work and first in the world, if I may say so, to be able to do that. They just take saliva and can tell you how after birth the child is responding to infection and the antibiotics which are given. It's amazing work. And yesterday, where did we launch it? We launched in a very limited tribal community of India to actually do that in collaboration with Selco Foundation. So it was fantastic, very heartening as well. And the third one, which is, Renuka is right here, which is actually taking some of the work from agriculture. We all know the antibiotics have been used for years and we all want to ban the antibiotics, but we have to give something to farmers as an alternative to ensure that the plants are not killed without antibiotics. So microbial work, which can actually adds the nutrition, adds the protections, climate control, all that. The BioPrime is a fantastic example. They have now gotten funding from Omnivore and many more to come. So these are the excellent examples which solve the problem on the ground, but still scale up. And this will be the story of India that I can relate to. And that I'll stop here for now.
That's amazing. That's a great set of examples. Also, I invite everybody to go visit these people while they're here. And I think what you said is so critical because in several ways. Where first, I think even a great part of the French-speaking world in Africa, South America, Spanish-speaking world, I mean, all of these places have problems very similar to the remote communities of India. So I think that's one dimension along which these different companies are solving a global problem. The whole idea of again taking a known health challenge and solving it in a radically affordable way is something that I don't know anybody, no matter how much money they may have in their pocket, hating that idea. So I think in that sense, these are global products that will take us to many parts of the world. Let's hear from you, Nicola. What would be your favorite or some favorite examples in France for the method to the madness?
I totally agree with what has just been said. It's all about meaningful tech. we've seen a lot of crazy valuation on some crazy projects that weren't very useful these days. You know, we've seen many startups that have made the headlines in fintech and insurtech and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, you would look at the headline and be, yeah, okay, what's in it for me? How is that going to affect real people, and how is that going to have a social or an environmental impact? So that's clearly what we have put at the very center of our mission at Viva Technologies. We've decided that we will go for meaningful tech, something that is really useful for the real people. And just to give you three very concrete examples, we've discussed a lot about digital startup and software startups. We do believe that there is a gigantic play about industry startups, hardware startups. We won't be solving all the climate change issues. We won't be solving all the supply chain issues with just a software. At some point, we will see a boom of industry startups. And we've had the very first French unicorn that is an industrial startup. It's called Exotech. They are doing basically the robots that are, you know, basically preparing your stuff when you are delivered at home with Amazon and so on and so forth. You need robots to do that, right? You're not going to solve everything with the software.
Yeah.
So that's some very concrete example. I think we've had too many startups, too many unicorns that are software. We need more and more hardware. We need more and more industry. Another thing that is really important to me is all the climate tech issue, the green tech issue. We won't be solving climate change with our technology. At some point, we need innovation. And we've had just yesterday, a great announcement. We've had a company called EcoVadis, which is basically doing audits for carbon footprint. You measure your carbon footprint with them. They've raised $500 million to scale.
Whoa.
That's $500 million.
That's great.
And my reaction was like, wow, finally, finally we have a unicorn that is solving climate change, that is doing some meaningful tech.
That's amazing.
And that is profitable.
Yeah.
I may mention that because we've seen a lot of unicorns, and we've seen a lot of startups that are absolutely not profitable. So to answer your question clearly, the road to madness will be industry, and it will be meaningful tech, and especially the climate tech. I can, you know, I can tell you we'll meet in 5 years and we'll check if I'm right.
Oh well, I think that's excellent. I mean, I think, you know, I love the phrase meaningful tech, and I think you're absolutely right that we're not going to solve it all with software, like it or not, this is one of the things that as we were preparing for the India Pavilion, we were trying to make sure that you know, for years together, India has been lauded as the IT country, IT services country. In fact, when I'm in the Western world, often people ask me, what kind of IT do you do, right? And so we were trying to carefully move away from that. So you'd see a bunch of products, including mobility, etc. You'll see a gigantic drone, a scooter, and so on. So, and I think absolutely, climate is going to be the final frontier, which in fact unites everybody, right? It's everybody's problem. So let's we have maybe about 5 to 7 minutes. Let's can we now talk about what we wish we could do next? We'll start with you.
I need to talk about the negative stuff, right? what we need to fix. First, clearly, if I look at France, we're not India. You probably have noticed it.
Yeah,
we are like 1% of the global population, while you guys are 1/5 of the global population. So our main issue is that we cannot scale our companies if we stay local, if we just address the domestic market. So clearly we need more partnership like this one, that the one that we're building at the moment. We have great French startups. and if they want, they will be created in France, but they will probably scale in India, scale in the US, scale pretty much everywhere on Earth. It's really important. So that's if we need to fix something, is really this mentality of go big or go home. We need more French startups to actually scale in India and see this continent, because this is a continent, as an opportunity. The second thing that we need to fix, and that's another thing that we could fix together, is access to talent. We don't have enough engineers. All our startups are recruiting at the moment. They are recruiting at a very high price because we don't have enough engineers coming out of the university. They are very, very, very good. You know how French universities are very good in mathematics, in computer science, and so on and so forth. But we need to build this common talent pool between India and France, so that we have great startups that can clearly have access to the Indian talents. It's very, very, very important to us. So market size and talents, clearly the two things we need to fix.
Great, thank you. Taslim, you want to say what you wish would happen in India next with the innovation ecosystem?
Yeah, sure, Ajit bhai. So I think definitely while significant amount of work is happening, the good thing is that there are several attempts being done to build innovations to solve problems, and those are fantastic. But I do see that there is a phase in the scale-up growth, which is to how to support new ideas at the mid-scale. Government has played a phenomenal role in building those ideas at the early stage. But I think right now, as a country, we are actually looking at to solve the mystery of how do you private fund risky ideas. We haven't solved that. I think we need to put together something. If government needs to, kind of come as a catalytic player there, so be it, because we can't wait from the sidelines for so long, because we will lose the momentum if we don't do that. And we lose out our innovations in other geographies, which is true, and I'm putting it forward. Nonetheless, those is important thing. The second thing that we possibly need to do, and your question is there, so I'm going to put it out. Chendrabhai, so sorry about that. We haven't leveraged our own long-term academic science as much, to be honest. A lot of work that has happened in periphery of it, but not from the core of it. And I think there has to be a significantly dedicated effort to build innovations from the core of science or academic science that is happening, and that requires a very structured attempt. It cannot be discussions, but it requires a structured effort for 5 years, 10 years, and possibly academic institutes that France has. And if I may say so, France also is in the same boat. They haven't really utilized their academic core science as much. We could possibly do things together, where build ambitious targets to say how can we utilize academic science from countries, not only from India, from around, and build innovations on that, which is long-standing. So I think those were the 2 points that I would love to have it happen in next 2 to 3 years, so that we are not very late in the game after that.
No, that's great. Well, I was going to ask you, the last question is, what can these two sides do together? In some ways, in laying out the gaps the way you laid them out, you have already identified what these two can do together, all the way from the spectrum of looking at the problems on the ground for the humanity on a large scale in an affordable and ingenious ways, all the way to finding visionary investors who have the appetite to put $500 million in a climate tech company. That entire continuum is something that these two nations, by coming together, can build together. So, we are obviously very, very much looking forward to, now that this door has opened walking through it and partnering in very aggressive ways. I want to thank you both for participating, taking out the time, being here, and participating in this exciting panel. If you have any parting words for all the various stakeholders who are here, including the young startups, you have your final word, please.
Let's work together.
I would say these are very exciting times. I am very optimistic what's happening around us. I think more collaboration will take her to newer heights. So let's work together, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is one mic there?
One, yeah. Ah, t'as pas le...
So we will be moving on to our next session. We have an exclusive talk on AVA Presence. TCS AVA Presence Foundry is a new convergence of physical and digital worlds and embodies the new disruptive stage of how physical meets digital to transform user experience. For this, I invite Mr. Ashok Maharaj, Global Head TCS XR Labs, Tata Consultancy Services, to join us on the stage.
Hello. A very good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ashok Maharaj. I head the Extended Reality Lab for TCS. I've been looking at augmented, virtual, and mixed realities for close to 20 years now. Basically, I'm an academic from Georgia Tech. I did my MS and PhD from there. I had also the privilege of working for NASA for 3 years. So what I'm going to show you is kind of a sweep of what we are doing in the metaverse. Just want to start by saying that the metaverse doesn't exist. We are talking it from purely from the developer point of view, because the computing power that is required to unleash the full-fledged metaverse is kind of 5 or 10 years away. So for the next few minutes, I'd like you all to reimagine what content could mean as virtual, augmented, and mixed realities are finally becoming a reality in the form of metaverse. The digital world will soon be enmeshed with the physical world in such a way that our reality will be the transparency mode that we choose. The advent of these digital realities is a great opportunity for us to rethink how we can look at information, right? So the future of computing is going to be very immersive, and that's one of the reasons why TCS has taken this journey to kind of create some of these immersive experiences for a multitude of customers. So let me start with this iconic photograph by Refik Anadol, and this was sold as an NFT and in Sotheby's for close to $8 million. And why do I have this slide as a starting point for my interaction is fundamentally to kind of articulate that the creative minority, which has been at the fringes of technology, is kind of gaining the middle ground. And they are defining, this creative minority is defining how this metaverse is going to evolve. So that's one of the reasons why I'm starting with this picture by Refik Anadol. So also would like to have two theoretical discourses before I start. First is the medium missed the message. Marshall McLuhan had articulated this way back in the 70s. So the current medium that many enterprises and units are embracing is this whole metaverse. And this consists of the the triad of experiences, which are the augmented, mixed, and virtual realities. Even in this whole conclave, there are so many booths that are offering this digital experience. So many of the enterprises are embracing this full-fledged, and we are seeing this, they are taking this, the medium as the message as the core tenet of their offerings. The second discourse is more of the visibility of the technology. So this is more of, philosophical take, but it beautifully explains the state of the metaverse technologies as it is present today. So a couple of booths from here, you will see the Meta's display of their Oculus devices. And as you can see, these devices are still, very clunky, we are dealing with technology which is not fully invisible. By that I mean, most of the mature technologies, at some point in time becomes very invisible. You don't even realize that it exists. But at the same time, since the medium itself is clunky and non-standardization of many of the software packages, it's also a great opportunity for us to embrace this full throttle and look at how we can actually, look at creating solutions which can be mapped for the future endeavors. So So I've been writing a lot on metaverse in LinkedIn and few other blog posts, and also presenting in conferences like this. So one thing I'd like to articulate is there's nothing new in this whole metaverse, right? Science fiction writers have been doing this for ages, right? From 1958's book Minority Report, and many of you would have seen that movie. It was actually a fiction by Philip Dick and was released in 1958, soon after the Sputnik launch. So people have been articulating, what this metaverse is for quite some time, but we didn't have the technology wherewithal to really grapple with this whole experience. But most of the terminology goes back to a wonderful book by Neil Stephenson called as The Snow Crash, where he had exactly, defined what this metaverse is going to be like. If you have not really read the book, it's become the Bible for all the metaverse architects or metaverse developers across the globe. So what is this morphology of the metaverse, right? Overnight what we have seen is many of the enterprises which have been looking at technologies like augmented, virtual and mixed realities, they have been calling themselves as metaverse architects, as I mentioned earlier. But to kind of give credit to these developers, this is the morphology of the metaverse. If at all you're experiencing something digital content in an immersive way, you can parse this entire thing into these four constructs. One is the augmented reality, next is the mixed reality, and then there are two types of virtual realities. Even we have set up some booths here. We can give you a flavor of the immersive experience, both the 360 and the full 6-DoF experience. Just want to mention briefly about the Web3 ecosystem. So there are fragments of Web3 in the current, metaverse experiences. It's not fully full-fledged, but it goes back to the saying that the future is already here. It is not equally distributed. I can say the same thing for Web3 as well. And most of the Web2 platforms are having fragments of Web3. Even I'm sure you would have seen how Twitter is embracing the NFTs for your profile pictures as part of their offering to the end customers. So there are fundamental differences between Web3 and Metaverse. I don't have to go into detail, and the time slot also is given only for 20 minutes. I have to compress and move on. So the last 2 years have been kind of a Cambrian explosion when it comes to digital experiences. The coming together of XR, AI, and 5G have unleashed a lot of potential of, in terms of what we can solution for customers. So the next few slides are, more about what we have done for different clients. I'll start with this whole construct called as the Ava Presence. Ava Presence, it's a portmanteau of two words, avatar and presence. It's a trademarked entity. So the TCS position of Metaverse, we are kind of bringing it under this broader rubric. And if you broadly look at it, on this extreme, you see the technology Sinews that is supporting a variety of applications that we are bringing under Ava Presence. So it kind of goes on from location-based experiences to volumetric capture, to virtual collaborations, and also the mixed reality, remote assistances, and so on. All of these are kind of being brought under the TCS Metaverse construct, which is the Ava Presence. And also we are giving a lot of importance for security, privacy, ownership, sustainability, and so on, because we don't want it to be an afterthought. Because if you look at some of the surveillance capitalism that is happening with the social media, it was all an afterthought, right? We have seen the backlash happening only 5 to 10 years after the technology was launched. But right now we are paying a lot of attention to security and privacy as the technology is evolving. And the human interface of how you are interpreting the technology, right? It can, range from your simple mobile device to a complex, tethered virtual environment too. So briefly about the lab, we have this situated across the globe, and we have been looking at everything from augmented, virtual to holograms. And let me walk you through one of the experiences that we have delivered for the Royal Dutch Airlines, which was appropriated for a multitude of other customers. And this kind of gives you a feel of how the future of virtual collaboration is going to happen. So in this case, what you will be seeing is a full virtual collaboration happening for a branch based in Australia. So this is kind of a extreme photorealism of the space, and you will soon see people kind of logging in from different geolocations, and they are able to collaborate seamlessly with one another. So the idea behind creating this experience is, it is really possible to kind of mimic a physical space as a digital reality. So this kind of digital twin is going to reshape how enterprise collaboration is going to happen. Currently, we are having these two-dimensional screens, right, for like Teams and WebEx. So imagine having full virtual collaboration like this. Believe me, it is more of a paradigm shift when you have these kind of 3D collaborations, right? Because you're able to import a 3D model, you can actually use these spaces for doctor-patient relationships, and so on and so forth. The use cases are plenty, right? So even in this, what you're seeing is these guys have logged in from different geographies. A couple of them for LA, one from London, one from Bangalore, and so on. So this kind of bringing in people and creating this virtual collaboration has a lot of add-on value for the end customers. Quickly, this is something that we've implemented for Verizon. It's more self-explanatory. I'll just play this video.
This video showcases an online virtual store experience. Unlike e-commerce websites, it can visualize products on display in 3 dimensions virtually. Marker-based WebAR allows visualizing virtual products in physical space. This experience aids users to check out a few product specifications in AR, such as colors available for a specific device. This unique feature can also be used to order custom skins for supported devices. WebAR allows testing limited virtual devices by playing supported forms of digital media on them. In this case, a promotional video plays on a virtual iPhone 12 mini in AR. Dynamic offers are supported as well. A physical to virtual device comparison is also possible to visualize virtual devices better. A virtual to virtual device comparison allows comparing all variants of a product. Markerless WebAR is also supported, which enables AR try-ons like this. It helps in making a better purchase decision. General e-commerce website features are also supported, such as company support and online cart. What you're watching here is a completely immersive, ideal store built from scratch. It is highly customizable, can be personalized for any user, and is highly scalable. It provides full VR immersion along with multiple participation of customers and support staff, all in one virtual medium. These stores can be changed overnight, dynamically based on the product inventory. It uses our in-house platform, Ava Presence, in the background.
So moving on, this is the second experience that we have built on Metaverse. From a developer perspective, Metaverse is of 3 types. One is like the full immersive virtual reality based experience. The second one is more like a spatial web. So you can kind of log into these platforms using a mobile phone or desktop environment. You don't need a special device. So this is the second type of the Metaverse experience. So this one we have done it for Thomson Reuters, more like a proof of concept on how they can visualize some of their inventories, because they do have close to 1 million images. So is it really possible to kind of create a NFT gallery of their images, right? So this again is self-explanatory. So as you can see here, this kind of a spatial web can be evolved for different customers. You don't have to have a full VR environment alone, right? With these kind of experiences, just with a mobile phone or a simple laptop, you'll be able to kind of get into this metaverse experience. So moving on, this is something that we have evolved for Mars. How do we create immersive experience for their candy store, right? So all the Web 2 based product catalogs, we are kind of converting that into an immersive space where individuals can actually walk into these stores, experience the product, and we can also use it for minting NFTs of their iconic figurines, because they do have a lot of figurines that you can purchase. So you can actually do that directly on the platform, either as a virtual good for a virtual sake, or you can have a digital good and then kind of ship the physical good directly to your address. So this is something that we evolved for the Kobe Bryant Legacy Hall of Fame. So this entire space is a full-fledged 6DoF VR. So here you can walk into the space, you can look at the life of Kobe Bryant, and you can also buy some of his works as an NFT. So this is available as a demo in the stalls in here. So this one, what you are going to see is the third version of the metaverse, right? The physical and the digital kind of coexisting. So we are the title sponsors of the New York Marathon, Toronto Marathon, Sydney, Amsterdam, and others. So we are launching a full-fledged experience of how do I create the digital and the physical for the end user who are running the marathon, and also for people who are watching these, right? So whatever augmentations that you saw, the idea here is, if I'm wearing a wearable like the Nreal glasses or Lenovo Think Reality glasses, I will be able to see those augmentations while I'm running, right? So we are doing a couple of pilots for the marathon, which is forthcoming, which is the New York, and also for the Chicago one. And lastly, I will leave with this one. So this is more of physical digital coexistence. You know, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have to have devices all the time. So if I want 2-3 people to simultaneously be in one place, how do I do that? So this is a good example of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok. We will be now breaking for lunch and the sessions will resume at 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch break. Now we will resume with the rest of the sessions planned for the day. The next theme in the India Stack lineup is space. We will be talking about the space applications for the masses. India is one of the leading countries when it comes to space research and space expeditions. But before we begin the panel discussion on the topic, let us hear from Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, which harnesses space technology for national development while pursuing space science research and planetary exploration. Dr. Somnath joins us virtually today as he speaks about ISRO's visions and plans for the future in space.
I'm very happy to be part of Viva Tech 2022, organized by Atal Innovation Mission, a celebration of the great accomplishments that we have made, especially in the space sector. In India, the Indian Space Research Organization has been playing very crucial role in India to build the capability in space sector, in application side primarily, to see the space sector brings about benefits to the common man, to the governments for decision making, for our people to handle various needs including communication, remote sensing, natural resource mapping, climate change and weather, disaster mitigation, etc., and then support governments in decision making. And we have been hugely successful in this attempt in the last 50+ years in deploying those applications, building satellites to develop these applications, and also building the capability for launching them from India. Now, we have done all this in such a low budget, shoestring budget operations, which through the process Indian Space Research Organization has become one of the role model for every public sector undertakings to emulate. We also could do quite a good deal in terms of science and explorations, some of them being the very interesting missions of Chandrayaan 1 and 2, the Mars orbital mission, the Aditya mission which is going to come, and also the Astrosat, which is one of the interesting observatory that is placed in orbit. The science outcome out of the Chandrayaan 1 and 2 are well hailed, including discovery of water on moons and Mars orbiter mission spacecraft which has survived the Mars orbit for many years and provided huge amount of data. We also have created the capability to operate the communication satellite fleet, meeting the needs of the nation for various communication segments including DTH and VSAT services, and which ISRO becomes the sole provider of the services. And the remote sensing data segment, also we have a huge array of observation platforms in optical and radar imaging which serves various segments also. In the long term, we look at the capability of ISRO is made available to the industries and new entrants in space segment. For this, the space sector reforms have happened, and based on these reforms, we are trying to encourage the non-governmental entities, especially the industries, the startups and other people who want to come into space segment are encouraged to take up activities in space segment, and the accumulated knowledge and skill and facilities and infrastructure available within ISRO will be made available to these entrepreneurs to look at how they can create innovative capability in space segments, and also enhance the possibilities of exploiting space-based services for the global community. As far as the Indian Space Research Organization is concerned, the research element is going to be enhanced in the coming years substantially. We have invested quite a bit in terms of the human capital, in terms of the knowledge creation in various segments. For example, in material science, in terms of the flight mechanics and orbital dynamics, the space debris object watching and minimization of such events, the development of sensors which are required for all our spacecrafts, the design methodology and analytical methodology required for all space missions have been created in this area, and we also have created enough of facilities and infrastructure to meet these requirements of developing new systems. But the innovative spirit available in industry is really surprising, and we would like to make them not reinvent those wheels. And we have made clear plans by which they will be able to make use of the facilities and also enable the systems that we have developed through technology transfers to them, so that they can get to market very fast. Through this process, ISRO has transferred large number of technologies, almost 300 technologies we have transferred to industry side, and they are trying to commercialize them. We are also looking at how our rockets, which are already in operations including PSLV, can be realized in industries, and that can be commercially exploited. In the days to come, our heavier satellites, launch vehicles such as GSLV Mark III also will be built in industry environment. We have developed recently one of the new satellite launch vehicle called the small satellite launch vehicle, and that launch vehicle will be the one which can be manufactured in industry much easily and can be launched with very minimal infrastructure. And we would like to see these launches of this happens in large numbers in the coming years to meet the niche market of small satellite launches for a quick turnaround time. We also looked at how our satellite technology we developed can also be commercialized, and the first attempt in that direction was the EOI, the expression of interest for industries to take on the satellite building through our IMS-1 bus. And this process will continue for other bus systems that we have developed in satellite systems as well. We have huge amount of data coming out of the remote Earth observation and remote sensing environment, and this data is now going to be made available substantially free for users to build upon it and to create value for downline users. We look at how the overall space ecosystem in India can really be expanded, bring about more manufacturing capability in India for launch vehicles and satellites, and how downline segments where the business and economics play an important role can be enhanced. But the upstream segments of launch vehicles and satellite also, there are new players who will really create innovative outcome. So for ISRO, this is an exciting time. But over and above that, we are taking up very important national projects, which includes Gaganyaan, for example, where the human spaceflight capability is developed under the Gaganyaan program for sending Indian astronauts using Indian vehicles from Indian soil. So this is a very important capability for which the human rated launch vehicle, the crew module and crew escape systems are developed right now in ISRO. We are also looking at various other technology upgradations of our satellites, and also looking at missions for interplanetary missions, science exploratory missions, and also expanding our navigation capability, the regional navigation system, NAVIC, currently operating in certain regimes over India, to be made available to all the users and make it as a standard for our segment, possibly expanded substantially in the future. So the challenges are very good ahead for us, and the opportunity equally interesting. So the opening up of the space sector in India is really an interesting event to look for. Thank you so much.
After the insightful address by Dr. S. Somnath, now let us continue with the panel discussion on space applications for the masses. So I would like to invite Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Director CBPO, ISRO, onto the stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Francois Alter, Director of New Space and Ecosystem, onto the stage. The session will be moderated by Mr. Pramit Das, Program Director, Atal Innovation Mission.
Thank you, Vishnupriya. So it's an honor to be on the same stage as Mr. Sudhir Kumar as well as Francois Alter. So let's get seated, gentlemen, before we start talking. Okay. Great. Good evening. So after a great lunch, we are in for a great session. So before we start, let's start off with a little introduction about the two gentlemen over here. So we are joined by Mr. Sudhir Kumar, who is actually heading the capacity building program for the Indian Space Research Organization. He works into the industrialization, technology transfer, as well as outreach programs of ISRO. He's also a core team member that's building perhaps Asia's largest propellant plant. We are also joined by Mr. Francois Alter, Francois holds a PhD in applied mathematics and has worked extensively in satellite image processing with the CNES. He has strong focus on innovation, technology, as well as policy, makes him a great expert in his own field. He is also an advisor to the CEO of CNES. So welcome, gentlemen, for this wonderful session. So before we move ahead, so while I was asked to moderate this session, so my thoughts actually went back 50, 60 years back when India was taking baby steps in the area of space technology and application. So Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, when he was trying to pioneer or champion this space project, he was asked, India, a developing country with a lot of other problems to eradicate, why does it need a space program? And his answer was precisely this. India is a developing country, and it will be a house to 1 billion people. And precisely this is the reason why India needs a space program. And hence started the journey of India's space exploration, space applications, and technology. So I would just throw open the floor to Mr. Sudhir Kumar. India has taken rapid strides, or rather first taken baby steps and then taken rapid strides over the last 20, 30 years in the area of space exploration, space technology. So can I just list out for this audience over here, what has been India's championing contribution to this particular field?
Thank you, Amit. Can I use the slide presentation, please, to supplement the thing? Okay. First of all, let me extend my sincere gratitude for being here. I miss you to share some of the thoughts along with my dearest colleague, I should say, from Canis. Of course, the Canis, I should say that we were together right from the day of Indian Space Program. As our friend from Atal Innovation Mission, he was mentioning about 1962-63, when we wanted to start a space program in a very humble way. First support we got from 3 countries, of course, United States of America, Canis, as well as Russia. Canis has given computers for us for a moderate scientific experiments in the magnetic equator. Even it was not even the space program. And with that support, probably every year, the support was kept on increasing. And we had a very long and interesting tie-up with Canis. I should say that we were co-travelers in the space journey, I should say. So thanks to Canis hosting this such a beautiful Viva Tech event in Paris and extending cooperation with us in the due course of time as co-brothers. I should thank you first. Heartful thanks from Indian Space Research Organization. Then coming to the Indian Space Program, probably I think I should not be amiss you. I'll just stand by the side of the screen. What is the... Yeah. This is what I was talking about when Indian Space Program was supposed to start on a hamlet, fishing hamlet, I should say. It's gone. Can you go back? Is the way to go back? I'm not. So the magnetic equator was the research platform that was chosen by eminent scientists like Homi J. Bhabha as well as Vikram Sarabhai. They chosen one area in the Tumba that would be the appropriate. It's not coming out. That's what the place they have chosen. But incidentally, this was on the magnetic equator to study some kind of phenomena related to the magnetism, how the magnetic equator behaves. But ultimately, that has nurtured into the Indian Space Program, I should say. This is the church where we have taken on hire basis, and the pastor who was the father who was in the church, he in fact mediated with the fisherman to give that research program scope to Indian Space Research Program. Next. If you see the journey, I think some kind of cohesive, If you see the journey, how the next slide. So in 60s, if you see, we started with a humble beginning with a small rocket, Nico Apache, supplied by the American, let us say, institutes. We started doing sodium vapor experiments using some kind of small payloads. But at that time, it has enthused so much to the Indian scientists, why don't we make the rockets? Then the first rocket testing facility has been started somewhere in between 62 and 69. Then formally ISRO started with three kinds of not competing the race similar to the other, let us say, spacefaring nations. I should say that it is a very humble beginning with all societal applications. As far as remote sensing concerned, the NNRMS, we call it as National Natural Resource Management. We have huge resources, whether it is agriculture, whether it is land, whether it is water, whether it is fisheries, marine zone, etc. Huge natural resources were there. How to utilize these resources to the common public? That was the main agenda of Indian space program. Then when it's coming to satellite communication, we thought it is not a small country with crores of people. We cannot one-to-one interact with the people. We have to go for mass communication, for publishing anything. So how, that is the CITES experiment which started the Indian communication program. That was the idea when the INSAT program, Indian National Satellite Communication System, was started to have mass communication, how to reach the public at large. The third one is advisory committees have been formed on the science missions. We have drawn the almost 25-year plan, how actually India, because we should not fall behind in the science, how to make such kind of science programs. This is what the Indian science program conceived during 60s and taken forward. Can I go for next? So basically, if you talk ISRO, these are all the four verticals ISRO is working about. One is the space transportation system, where we develop indigenous capability for building our own launch vehicles so that the satellites can be built by us and put it into the orbit for our own applications. Then space assets, how actually the navigation front, earth observation front and communication front, how we should have our own system because users are huge. The third one is space applications. It is not enough if you just build the satellites and launch vehicles, how to put into use. This is the basic driving factor for us based on the natural resources what we have in India. So this is the essential necessity is mother of invention. That necessity created the Indian space program, not any competencies, not competitions. But of course, for doing all these things, definitely resources are required. Human manpower is required. We had to depend on so many materials. The amount of research has happened within the Indian space program, similar to CANES, similar to NASA, is amazing. Because each and every material that we have to choose, either for the satellite or for the launch vehicle, built within the ISRO. That is the why normally the projects of development projects take long time. You just imagine a small motor in the cryogenic, let us say, engine, which has to run maybe 25,000 RPM, which has to be submerged. To imagine just bloody small centrifugal pump if you want to develop, it is taking years. You just imagine 25,000 RPM, a small pump has to feed, pressure fed the fuel means what kind of technology, what kind of materials that are required. It is covering all the areas. That is why indigenization, we give major emphasis for the indigenization. Technical infrastructure is not enough. Just for building one rocket launch vehicle, we have 20 launch centers across the country for developing subsystems, for developing control systems, for developing structures, for developing propellants, for developing, let us say, various, let us say, subsystems. We had to develop the infrastructure. So the entire Indian space program running right from the beginning on self-reliant basis. Because it is obvious reasons, because we have to grow means dependency has to be there, international cooperations have to be there, but self-reliance also has to be there to build more confidence. Next. So just to run, how to run the, let us say, time scale. 1970s we call it as initiation phase. We have started, let's say, nurturing or started understanding the different control systems on open loop control systems using SLV, ASLV technologies. We have gone for foreign collaborations for building small satellites like Apple, such kind of things. After understanding, building the infrastructure, we have entered to the prototype stage where we have put ASLV and started understanding how the closed loop working systems will work, how the atmosphere will interfere with the, let us say, launch vehicle systems, such kind of things. Then we have gone for operational phase. This is the phase we have developed our polar satellite launch vehicle, which we call it as highest reliable vehicle for that payload in the country. Almost 99% reliability is there. Even today, if you talk about 600 to 1 ton or 1.5 ton payload, this is the best launch vehicle ever in the world, which has put into practice and shown the results. It is record shows. So this particular launch vehicle has not only served the Earth observation, it has scattered to the communications satellite payloads to the GTO orbit, navigation systems, unlike other space nations. This is the very versatile vehicle which can be put into use for various applications. And it has got also beauty of it is, we have a strap-ons. If you take out 4 strap-ons, you can payload capacity can come down. It is basically demand on what you call demand-driven basis. If somebody guys comes, I have a 600 kg satellite, please put into. We will accommodate them, taking out the strap-ons. If somebody comes, I have 1.5 ton, we will go for maximum version. So that is the versatility we have built in, such kind of design, let us say competencies and design confidence we got it on the operational phase. But to make more, let us say, higher payloads is not enough PSL, we can carry only maximum 1.9 tons satellite. We have gone for cryo technology. And cryo technology having proven indigenization cryo stage, we have gone for our Bahubali, what we call it as in Indian terminology, which will lift the 4-ton class vehicles, GSLV Mark 3, LV-M3 we call it as, which will lift the almost 4-ton class payloads to the GTO and GSO orbits. Next. And it's not this, if you see any Bryce report or space economy, it's only they say that around 5 to 7% is the satellite market and 7 to 8% is the launch vehicle market. But ultimately the applications which ultimately the people use, that is consuming huge market. Our emphasis was more on societal things running from, let us say, radio networking, mobile services, banking services, let us say meteorological services, telemedicine, teleeducation. These are all the basic building blocks for ISRO to conceive and take the space program on and on. Next. So as I was telling, this PSLV launch vehicle, we have completed almost, let us say 54 launches with 342 foreign satellites, and we have set the records like 104 satellites, put it in the orbit in one mission, and versatile mission I was telling, this has served both, let us say, Earth observation systems, the satellites scattered to cartography, cartosats, let us say resource sat, RI sat, such kind of beautiful Earth observation satellites are on the board, which has, India has got the highest fleet of Earth observation satellites on board, which is collecting huge data. That is what our chairman was telling. The data was available on platforms which across the world anybody can use it, except for high resolution data. Coming to the GSLV Mark 3, it was a particular a lesson for us to understand the cryo technologies and build up, scale it up to the, let us say, GSLV Mark 3 4-ton class payloads. This is the GSLV Mark 3 is the live operation vehicle at present, which is scattered or which is identified for very prestigious human space flight, that is man mission. And incidentally, it is not enough to carry 4 tons satellites, because you know the transponders are huge requirement is there, as well as the slot availability is very meager. We have to optimize the slots which are available to the country. So for that reason, we have to launch 6-ton class satellites, which we depend again on our what we call French Guiana friends for launching. Again, just at least to supplement that activity, we are going to replace the central core, which is liquid stage, with the semi-cryo stage, which ultimately gives us 6-ton class payload capacity. So these are all the different development projects are going on in ISRO. Soon the testing is over. Soon we will induct that particular stage into the LV-3. Next. Of course, these are all the technologies. Again, Vikas engine, which is Viking engine. Again, our friends' collaboration, which resulted us to a beautiful Vikas engine concept, which is used in the workhorse. And the same concept has been extended for semi-cryo and cryo engines also. And the future technologies, if you see, the air breathing technology, in the first attempt, India has nurtured the air breathing technology to avoid, let us say, oxygen to carry oxygen into the space so that we can take the atmospheric oxygen as an oxygen, so to reduce the payloads. And the same thing we have done for our launch abort test and reusable launch vehicle systems. We are just conceiving. I think the test, the proto model test is on the way. Maybe soon we were going to do and test it. After that, we may go for winged body for the let us say man crew recovery experiments. Can you go? This is the previous slide. This is one interesting thing. The small satellite launch vehicle was picking up now. Many industry is coming forward because any development technology, if you say, this is a long run process, resource intensive process and involved process. If let us say industry has to start from the scratch, they take their own time. So ISRO to facilitate the industry, ISRO has committed to develop the technology and giving it to the industry. This is one beautiful concept which we have developed and which we have tested also. I think this launch is going to be scheduled soon. Once the technology is available with us, soon we will transfer this technology to Indian industry so that the entire small satellite capability of the industry will be developed within the country. Next. This is what I mentioned, the reusable launch vehicle. The helipad drop test is being planned. Maybe this month or next month is going to happen. As soon as this test is over, we will go for 1-to-1 scale RLV. Next. Next. This is what I explained also. Coming into the satellite front, am I running late? Okay, I'll cover it up. Satellites also, the same satellite, I should say that Cartosat series was there, Saral was there, such kind, again Megatropics, such kind of beautiful systems we have developed for the Earth observation. And when you say that data, it is parachromatic data is available, SAR data is available, the artificial intelligence, the let us say machine learning, such kind of techniques can be used to synthesize the data using all the data from all the technologies. This is now going to be the buzzword, how to use the satellite data, not only Indian data, you can pick up from Sentinel, you can pick up from Landsat, because all the data is available across the platforms. The huge, let us say, potential is there in the Earth observation systems to synthesize the data, coming out with beautiful solutions. That is why we strongly believe that the startups which are going to, let us say, part with the Indian space system, they can do wonders in the Earth observation. I request all the, let us say, listeners here, our startup guys are there, they are doing wonders, I should say. Let us join this startup race. Let us have joint collaborations, both on technology front, on the data front, etc. Let us build a beautiful space systems. Space is nobody's baby. If you go to space, whether any number of countries are there, they have to friendly discuss together and work together, stay together and come back safely to the Earth. Let us build a beautiful friendly ecosystem of space without taking the geopolitical, let us say, such kind of feelings and other, let us say, boundaries. Let us build the space, beautiful space, because Paris is going to be the venue for next IAC also. Many more discussions, I expect that should take place across the nations to build wonderful, let us say, the space eco world, I should say, together with all these spacefaring nations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a great story of ISRO that started off with the fishing hamlet of Tumba, and now going into this story of getting its startups and working across the whole sphere of collaboration, cooperation, and finally self-reliance. So great journey, Sudhir Kumarji. So now I'll throw open to Francois. So since we have learned about how ISRO has evolved, how it has processed, so we would like to know more about the whole French journey, about how you have gone about the whole space technology and application bit, and how is France doing in this sphere?
Okay. I'm very happy to be there and to be in fact also honored to speak after my colleague from ISRO, and this world story and the world story of this decades of innovation, of spirit, of vision of ISRO is very impressive. And I wanted, in fact, to talk a bit about this collaboration between CNES and ISRO, because for us, India is a very important partner for France, for CNES, because I think we share the same vision about the real usage of space. That is very important. We share, in fact, we are here in a technology fair, and you know there are a lot of things about technologies. A lot of people are spending a lot of money about even innovation, but sometimes for products or services which is not useful. And I'm very proud to share, in fact, the same spirit about space, which is the space must be used, must be very valuable for the masses, and it's exactly what you shown us very brilliantly, and I think CNES is exactly in the same spirit. We developed space because space is useful for us. Space is useful also for the vision of mankind, and we need to go on together on that spirit, and to continue our strong collaboration together. So after these little words about what we share also, I think, the efficiency. We have some very strong public spending on space, definitely, because it's billions of euros which are spent every year for space. But comparing to other countries and or other regions of the world, we are, I think, very efficient, because we are able together to have the whole value chain of space with that public spending, with, I would say, just high but not crazy amount of public spendings. And it's something we are sharing with India. It's the way to be efficient. That's why when we are working together, we are working very efficiently, because we share exactly the same goal, the same spirit about what is space mission, and also the same excellence about technologies, about engineering, about researchers, because we have both a very strong, very interesting ecosystem. There are perhaps some difference between our history, because what I see is that in fact, in CNES, in France, we started perhaps a bit earlier about commercial space activities. In fact, we started in the 90s with the creation, for instance, of Arianespace, with the spot image, etc. In fact, in France and Europe, we made a strong commitments about synergy between governmental and commercial space activities. And in fact, we have a large private sector. We started, in fact, to push it not only in the industry side, because we have Airbus, Ariane Group, and Thales Alenia Space, which are very strong industry leaders worldwide, but also on services. We started, in fact, the services which were before the creation of Arianespace, for instance. There was no commercial entity which were able to commercialize space launch, and it's exactly what we have done in the 90s. We started, in fact, this first commercial wave of space services. Now we are a second stage, I think, about these commercial activities. We see that with your commitments to open the space sector to the space sector in India with private companies, startups, etc. And we are seeing exactly the same in France, in Europe. We are seeing a new wave of newcomers in the space sector. Not only startups, but also because we are all thinking about new space, etc. But also companies not in the space sector, non-space companies interested in the space sector, because there's a lot of opportunities. And the opportunities are coming from the fact that the space sector is not only a part of aerospace and defense sector, but also a part of the digital economy, because space data can provide a lot of value for a lot of sectors, a lot of applications. That's why 5 years ago we started a program at CNES which is called Connect by CNES, and to develop this, this way of thinking, to think space about new way to connect space economy and non-space actors. Non-space, which are non-space companies, but also startups. I see some theirs. And we also started to have a collaboration, international cooperation, and the first one we made was with India. In fact, we had a partnership with Kerala Park, Space Park, and it started 3 years ago, just before COVID, so it was very hard to develop this collaboration. But in fact, we already have startups, French startups, which are developing in India. I have some, for instance, we have a spin-off from CNES called Anywaves, which is working with Indian startups to make satellites with their antennas. We have also some Indian startups coming in Toulouse and we are opening all the ecosystem, because our aim is that we think that there are a lot of opportunities of collaboration with these newcomers.
Excellent. I think very rightly put, Francois. I think for the space technology and application sphere, sky is the limit. That's what literally it translates into. And with collaboration, this is definitely going to happen. But since we have been romanticizing the Hollywood movies where we see manned missions and all these things, but space technology is perhaps far more far-reaching and impactful beyond that. So my question to Sudhir Kumar would be, since we're talking about space for billions, space for the masses, what are the direct applications or other direct interventions that space technology and application does for the masses? When we talk precisely about India, it's far more paramount importance.
You just take agriculture, this agriculture-driven country. Just imagine a situation or scenario. The length and breadth of the country is almost 2,500 kilometers by 2,000 kilometers. And the agricultural products at one region is specific to the other region. Horticulture you take. You just imagine a mapping can happen, because seasonal fruits are there, seasonal produces are there. There are more than 27 crops that we identify across the country, which has got potential zones, including the vegetables, potatoes, apples, oranges, which has got specific place for produce. If you just imagine, you can estimate a 133 crore people you are targeting. Not 1 or 2 or 1 million or 2 million. You just imagine what is the food requirement they have. If you just imagine identifying the crop at the beginning itself, making the fruit crop estimates, publishing in a portal, and establishing a supply chain and transport facilities, because that is more important when you produce something, because these are all perishables. If you cannot arrange some kind of transport facilities which takes your products, produces within 2 to 3 days time, they will perish. You have to throw them. So this is the advantage space industry and space technologies has got. Maritime, when you say India has got 8,500 kilometers of coastal zone. 70 million people depends on the food catch. I am not talking about the mechanized boats. How much amount of fish catch would be there? The moment they catch something offshore, and through NAVIC system, we are sending these messages to the supply chain, linking the supply chain across the country, and the moment they reach the shore, their produce is sold. No cold storages, no power consumption, no transportation. The supply chain itself, they will come near to the people and pick it up. Power generation, again the same thing. Coal availability, where these particular potential things are there. Water resource management, urban development, smart city development. You take any field, there is no field left without applying the space technology. You call it as mines and collieries. You call it as urban development. You call it as rural development. You call it as coal. You call it as air pollution, metrology. If you just seek hardly education, even education, the space development, space technology is going on. Why? Because the kids in this 7th and 8th standards, if they come to know the technology which is useful for their own mosquito propagation, with 50 centimeters of data, you can find out where these water stagnated bodies are available. Water stagnation is the instrumental for mosquito propagation. Health industry, fodder industry, medicinal plants, you can signatures you can identify in the Himalayan region, in the deep forest, you can identify where the medicinal plants are there. If I start telling people entire day, I would be talking about the space applications for the common society. I think it is without space, I should say that there is no life.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, absolutely fantastic to hear that. So, Francois, so of all the sectors, applications that Sudhir just mentioned, what do you think are the real synergies where we see between India and France? And I know you talked about a vibrant private ecosystem that is flourishing in France. So, what are the typical synergies that we see between the two countries to take it forward?
Yes, in fact, about space application, I would just mention one thing. It's just, you see that every day, it's in fact using space data, and you don't know it. And what is very important at space is that you are using space and you don't know it. And in fact, it's the way technology must work, because when you don't know you are using cutting-edge technologies, it's where, in fact, it's providing real services, real things for you. Second thing is about Indian and French collaboration about this application. We have a strong collaboration about climate change, and I think it's perhaps the hugest defeat for mankind for the moment. We know that we have a lot of trouble in the next decades, and especially for India. I know that there are a lot of. It's very important for India to be protected, in fact, from what will happen, because we know that now things are happening. And space is providing a lot of things about climate change. In fact, it's with satellites we are monitoring this climate change. I would say that in fact the satellites are the key element to monitor all the value we need to monitor for the years, and we also it's also useful in order to think about to give model about what will happen, and to help public policies, to help companies, etc., for their investments. Where, for instance, if you are living just near a coast, is it a good thing or a crazy thing to build a new house near the coast? It's something we must think together, and in fact, satellites are, I would say, the key solution for that, because it provides a lot of data. And we are working on that kind of activity with India. Especially, we launched a few years ago the Space Climate Observatory, which is an international collaboration, and a lot, I would say, all the main agencies throughout the world are working together on that topic. Another topic which is, I think, very, very important, you told about maritime environment. We have a strong collaboration on that, maritime surveillance, to know what is happening with fishing, what is happening also for piracy, because it exists, etc. So it's something we have very strong collaboration, a very strong partnership, and we are working on different projects together on that topic. Because we share also in the region some territories. Another topics I think very important now is connectivity. In Europe, we have a major project of European constellation for connectivity. In India, there are also some projects with OneWeb, etc. I think we share exactly the same spirit of this need of connectivity to connect billions of people, to connect people, because not everybody has a smartphone for the moment, and we know that to have internet is a way to have better education, to have access to new works, etc.
Yes. Right. Sudhir, would you like to add something on that, synergies?
Yeah, see, what our friend is telling, there are so many commonalities. The resource front, let us say climate is very important now. Let us say how the green energy, propagation, renewable energy. So these are all the things, which are basically diversified areas where space research will help the common man and community at large. Because we are depleting of the resources, we should find some way out. Solar today, ISRO launches solar power tracking system, where the solar panels can be kept on the rooftops of the buildings and at different areas. They can monitor each and every stage how much energy is being developed. Windmills and let us say tidal power. These are all the potential. Incidentally, I was just sharing one of my experience. I was attending one meeting like this in Himachal Pradesh, which is totally in the Himalayan region. The minister was telling it is not possible to establish the windmills here. One guy stood up from the audience and said that I incidentally had an interaction with space technology people. They have established that even amidst the Himalayas, there are provisions you can have windmills. So the space, because it's all after all the wind flow, pressures, measurement, these are all the things. So you can reach an unreached place through space. That's all.
Absolutely.
Wherever it's not possible for you to reach, you can reach through space and explore. Whether it is Mars or Himalayan region or Alps or African deserts or let us say Pacific Ocean, you can reach through space.
Indeed, I think space technology affects our lives far more than we can comprehend. So that's the power of the whole space technology and application space. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that brings us to the conclusion of this short session. We would have loved to continue this, and we will continue this offline as well. But thanks for this great audience. Thanks, Francois. Thanks, Sudhir, for joining in this session. I would urge you to please visit our space technology podiums. Sudhir is well aware of that. So I would request, Francois, if you can just visit our space startups. So that will be great. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Three.
Okay, so after the wonderful panel discussion on space applications, we will take a short break of 15 minutes and then resume the program. talk, the minister. चारों को invite करो। Now we will move on to our next segment. Tata Consultancy Services has been present in France for over 30 years and has done significant investment over the past 10 years. Today, in the presence of Honorable Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav and Honorable Ambassador of India to France, Mr. Javed Ashraf, I would like to invite M. Ram Mohan Gorneni, Country Manager of TCS in France, and Mr. Anant Krishnan, Global CTO of TCS, onto the stage to let us know about the latest innovation intervention on the French soil.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Minister, for this opportunity to share something really significant in TCS France's journey. I'd first like to call upon my colleague Ram to tell us a little bit about TCS France, and then I will take it on from there.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Ambassador, giving us this opportunity. First of all, congratulations for the Country of the Year. It's a great recognition for the visionary leadership and the technology contributions India is bringing. Thank you. And thank you for choosing TCS to be your partner in this Viva technology. We've been here for 30 years. We're making significant investments, building the infrastructure, local talent over the years. I think it's the right time to bring in more value to the French economy through our coin and innovation network. I'm very happy to reveal that our plans, and I would request our CTO to share more details about the Passport.
Thank you, Ram. Before I make the formal announcement, I'd just like to lay a little bit of context. TCS is privileged to work with the world's best corporations all across the world. And in doing so, over the last 50 or more years, we have realized that there are problems that are really complex that cannot be solved by any one entity working alone. So the concept of ecosystems, the concept of innovation at scale to turn ideas into tangible and real outcomes for all the participants was born about 40 years ago with the establishment of TCS Research in India. Today, that network is present in multiple countries. We have established spaceports in Tokyo, in New York, in Amsterdam, in Pittsburgh. There's one upcoming in Toronto in Canada. And I'm very pleased to announce that there is a strong intention by TCS to establish Spaceport Paris in the later part of this year, which will join the 5 existing spaceports as the 6th global spaceport. What will this do? This physical facility in La Défense will have the ability to bridge this extremely vibrant French innovation ecosystem that Viva Tech is so beautifully showcasing today with French startups, French academia, companies here, with, of course, TCS Research and Innovation, our co-innovation network of academia and startups globally, and indeed all the other spaceports in this virtuous network of solving more and more ambitious problems for not just France, but for the world at large. I wish TCS France all the best. And Ram, would you mind doing the honors?
We are handing over the first access key to Minister.
And we hope to see you here, sir, in when the Spaceport Paris opens.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In the face of disruption, companies have to adapt to stay ahead of the competition and respond to evolving customer needs. Set the pace of change with TCS Pace. Tap into a collaborative ecosystem. Drive digital transformation. Embrace agile innovation.
So we are only half day into the first day of our event at India at Viva Tech, and we already have two exciting announcements for you. The first one is that AMTZ, India's first medical technology park and also world's largest medical technology cluster at Vizag will be exchanging an MOU with Federation Indo-European du Numérique, France, for promotion of investments in Indian medtech startups, thereby increasing market access to Indian medtech products in European markets and joint work in advancement in augmented reality, synthetic biology, and innovation. And now the second announcement. So there will be an exchange of NDA, which is scheduled before the Honorable Minister, between NPCI International and LIDA Network of France for acceptance of UPI and RuPay card in France.
The first MOU exchange people.
Yeah. So for the AMTZ MOU exchange, I would like to call upon Dr. Jitendra Sharma onto the stage.
His counterpart, he can.
Sir, if you can call upon your
Please. Mr. Subramanian from FI.
They are there. So you can announce.
Congratulations. Now for the second announcement, the exchange of NDA between NPCI and LIDA Network of France, I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Krishan Srinivas, in charge Business Development, NPCI International. And from LIDA Network, we have Ms. Christoph, who is the chairman of LIDA Network.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Bjorn. Je suis de Paris.
Comment?
इंग्लिश ओनली इंग्लिश
Je ne sais pas anglais.
हिंदी
Comment?
सर
Café froid.
हिंदी में बोलो तो समझ नहीं आ रहा कुछ
Froid.
Très bien.
Our startups are changing the rules of the game. Startups are going to be the backbone of New India.
So after all the exciting announcements, it's time to get back to our panel discussions. So the next topic that we will be discussing about is role of technology towards universal and equitable healthcare under the theme of healthcare. And for this, I would like to invite upon stage Dr. Jitendra Sharma, MD and CEO, AMTZ, onto the stage. Yes, sir. Dr. Tasleem Syed, CEO, CCAM, DBT. Mr. Devang Modi, CEO, Bajaj Finserv Health. And we have Ms. Hela Ghariani, Project Director at the Digital Health Delegation, Ministry of Solidarity and Health, France. So without further ado, let's begin the session.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, again. Most certainly, I think we had a fantastic session before this, where we had Honorable Minister here. He oversaw a couple of documents and collaboration opportunities. But this session itself also provides another interesting opportunity to learn how healthcare is being built to be sustainable and equitable across country. And the reason I think it is a very important topic is that different geographies and different countries have different systems to see how they take care of healthcare. The objective, of course, and which is government's duty, is to ensure either healthcare, education, and other things are provided. But how do they approach it? Which are the best practices? Which countries have done well? Which countries possibly can learn from each other? Are the very important aspect. And today, we have 3 experts here who would possibly share their perspectives on that. So, welcome to all 3 of you. I'll just quickly introduce 3 of you, if you don't mind. I'm using my notes, so don't. So we have first Dr. Jitendra Sharma. Jitendra is currently serving as CEO and of AMTZ, one of the world's largest medical technology manufacturing cluster with over 100
What do you
companies.
see? A sea of diversity fueled by a common need, energy. But how much time?
I think this was Jitendra effect. So, but nonetheless, but coming back, so, over 100 companies working on research, development, and production of life-saving medical devices. He had an opportunity to sign an MOU a few minutes back, so you had an introduction, so welcome, Jitendra. We have Mr. Devang Modi. Devang is presently CEO of Bajaj Finserv Health, a health tech company, and is instrumental in developing and bringing some groundbreaking products. He is Wharton's alumnus and a chartered accountant by training. Before working with Bajaj Finserv, he was associated with General Electric Money, where he held several roles spanning Six Sigma, cross-sell, and product management. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Then we have Hela Karyani. You have to help me with your pronunciation, so pardon my if I'm misspelling it in any way. But Hela is the project director at the Digital Health Delegation, Ministry of Solidarity and Health. And we expect Hela to bring in perspectives from France. We just had a long conversation. We should have just taped it and played it. Nonetheless, we are going to do it again. So welcome all. As I mentioned, I think what we want to do, we are running late, so we are we understand that. But what we want to do is quickly to get perspectives from each of the speakers today in terms of their work and how that work contributes to sustainable and equitable public health setup. So if I begin with you, Jitendra, your inputs, please.
Yeah. So imagine if we were to take a train. What do we need? We need a railway station, right? Now a person who is taking the train cannot build the railway station. His job is to buy a ticket and get on with the train. But we need a railway station. And then we need electric power to run the train, because that electric power cannot be produced by the passenger. And then we need money for this passenger to buy a ticket to board the train. Now look at the simple example. In everything that we see around, we need somebody to build a capital infrastructure, supply of raw materials, power, and everything that goes into production or engineering or research, and we need money. Now, sometimes we get too mad about money, but money is the last thing we need. Apart from money, we need the capital infrastructure and we need raw materials. Now, medical technology, medical engineering, biologics, as you know, Taslim, is a very complex field because you need scientific capital infrastructure, testing labs, oligosynthesis units, radiation centers, electromagnetic interference assembly centers, and so on, which cannot be done by a startup, which cannot be done by an innovator. Somebody else should do it. And then we need raw materials, we need reagents, we need silicon printed circuit boards, we need oxygen sensors, we need lot of technologies that make raw materials. And then we need money so that this startup or innovator can scale up. So essentially, if you fix these 3 things, the capital infrastructure for startup, the supply of raw materials and the money, the infrastructure, the raw material and money makes the whole business case for a startup. And what we have done in India, and this is not just AMTZ story, this is India's story. What India brings today is the capital infrastructure for startups, the testing labs, the validation centers, the platforms of engineering. India also brings the second component, which is raw materials. In our case, we produce oxygen sensors for ourselves and our startups, for example. When our startups have to produce ventilators for COVID or for respiratory care or hospitals, they don't go elsewhere to buy oxygen sensors. And then we bring in money through the investment capital. So in a nutshell, Taslim, I think what AMTZ has done in India and what is India's story today is giving the world of startup the capital infrastructure, the sustainable supply of raw material, and the money, both in the form of investment and in the form of markets. And today, the startup, universal startup India story is the story of putting these three things together.
Very well said. If I may add, I think to build an equitable public health system, you need technologies and innovations. And building those and manufacturing those technology innovation requires an ecosystem per se. And that ecosystem that comes from different stakeholders is crucial to ensure that those technology innovations are available, which makes the public health system equitable and sustainable. And that's
so
a fantastic
public health system in India, for example, which was super dependent on imports on medical technology, today we are net exporters. We are providers of market to startups across the world to scale. And I think that complements how science and service delivery can make a stronger public health system.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a fantastic point. Thanks, Jitendra, for that. If I come to Hela, Hemang, just to ensure that she comes in. Hela, you just heard one perspective from the technology and innovation perspective. But you, as I gathered before our session, you are participating in terms of the digital tech and so on, but from a public, in the ministry and public health perspective. Please tell us, what do you do and why do you see this is important, not only from France, but many geographies altogether?
Yeah, so as we said earlier, I mean, nowadays the companies are entering to the health market, and there is a real need for value regarding what we develop as a nice and good digital services in health. And what we have been living for the past 10 years here in France is that we have seen a lot of companies trying to enter that market, trying to find nice services that can really ameliorate the health status of people here in France. And actually, not a lot of companies have scaled. And so what we are trying to do now is to build that ecosystem with every service providers, with the regulatory system that can ensure the right market access for these companies. French companies, of course, but also international and foreign companies to enter here the market here in France.
Yeah, if I may, I'll come back to you, but an important point that you raised is an effort to, continue the convergence of the ecosystem, the need, and the larger, convergence of sorts. So if I may come to Hemang, and Devang, sorry about that, my bad. Yeah. Pardon me. But possibly I have a very good friend called Hemang, so I'm going there, but nonetheless, sorry about it. Coming back, you actually bring in very important component, which people don't talk about when they talk about public health. People talk about the infrastructure, people talk about the hospital, people talk doctors, but nobody talks about how finance actually brings it together, how availing and ensuring finance is a crucial component of making sure that people not only who are privileged in terms of their economic returns, but people who are underprivileged in economic returns can have access. And we have seen phenomenal, interesting models worldwide to ensure that the equitable health gets provided to that. So your comments on that.
So I think what I would want to say is public health systems actually consume lot of government finances. So inefficiencies in public health systems can be very, very costly. And remember, that comes at a cost of very important use cases for finances of government as well as individuals. Now, the degree of complexity varies from evolution of country to country. In our country, in India, a health episode is the largest catastrophe because of which people move into poverty. In developed nations, it is taking away resources from education and infrastructure development, which is again super critical for nations to move ahead. Now, I think since health is an episodic expense, risk pooling is super critical. It's just like retirals. It's better that you pay for it when you are earning. Similarly, health risk pooling is super critical. I think while we will do risk pooling, some of the challenges of today with, again, in developing nations not having enough funds to pool risk with consumers, and in developed nations, because of the aging population, it's asking more and more money. I think today's world is actually offering different opportunities. See, it was never so possible for managing data at scale. But today, where are we using data to recommend new product on Amazon? I think consumers can search for it. Where data should be put to better use is to improve healthcare, making healthcare more proactive. And healthcare is the only domain probably which has universal language. A COVID-19 test was universal. Blood pressure levels are universal. I think that offers another opportunity of healthcare is always interpolable, right? There's nothing local about it. So I think right use of data can create a very large vector for giving equitable healthcare, taking care of financing. Because while there is a lot of effort going into managing treatments, how can we put an endeavor to reduce treatments? And for our country like India, that's the only option. Because just the sheer population, and that too genetically we are more diabetic oriented and blood pressure oriented. So it's as we age, it's a big catastrophe coming. But the good news is, with government sponsorship, right private participation, we are now starting to put data to use to manage finances as well as healthcare.
This is fantastic, I would say, a point that you meant. And I think we all know the data that is available across. Healthcare data we all have, but very few of us would have all the data that we have in our hand. It is possibly distributed across different places that we have visited. And if somebody asks, give us last 3 years data, we won't be able to do it. We just discussed that possibly smaller countries are able to do that. But I just wanted to come to Hela on this point. Hela, where do you think the use of technology to ensure that such healthcare data, many other components can be put together for a better delivery of healthcare, per se, to community and to individuals both?
Yeah, so here in France we have a really long history of public health insurance. So what we have built the last 3 months is a strategy to build a public infrastructure for personal health data. I mean, we can find easily what we had lunch 3 years ago on Instagram or Facebook, but we cannot know like what was our last prescription or our last blood test or any other medical thing. And that information is crucial for better care. So what we are building right now, and it's called My Health Space, Mon Espace Santé, and it's delivered for every citizen by the health public insurance here in France, is a medical record that you can first, where you can put your information by yourself. All lifelong, you can gather your information. For example, I put my glasses prescription so I can always know what is my correction, because sometimes I forget when I have to make my glasses again. And we are working also to make every IT system that is used by a practitioner here in France, be it at the public hospital or in a private practice, interoperable with that system. So anytime you go to the doctor, you have a prescription, or you go to a lab, you have a test result, you can have this information gathered in your medical record. And so that's something we are building right now, and it's something that we are offering for every citizen here in France. And we believe that it's important that it's a public service, first regarding our history here with a public insurance system, but also because we want for the citizen to choose first where the data is gathered, with whom I share it, with which practitioner, and I can have the traceability of who access my data. And also what we are building, and it's quite innovative, it's quite new, is the ability for the person to share that data with any digital service they use. Let's say I have an Apple Watch and I want to use that data to share it with my practitioner. I can do it. And let's say I had an appointment with a doctor, I have my last prescription, I can share it with another digital device that I use to make, let's say, better health advice for my day-to-day life. So that's what we are working on here in France, making that public infrastructure for personal health data for, available for every citizen.
I just wanted to add one point here,
please,
Taslim.
please.
It's very interesting. Data for better service delivery, right? But the same data can also be used for better innovations. For example, if you anonymize 1,000 CT scan data, you can actually build a better CT scanner. You can take millions of X-ray reports and you can develop algorithms to predict chest diseases, tuberculosis, which is not a problem in France, but tuberculosis is a problem in many other parts of the world. And therefore, the usage of data need not just be service delivery, but also innovation development and product development. And if we can exploit data for both, that would be the real value of data.
Exactly, and the change we have here in France is that since a lot of data is available in the public infrastructure, we are also opening that data for secondary use and innovation for researchers and startups, so they can access that data and train their algorithm on that public data.
In a way, if I may add, I think one of the most exciting possibility that the technology gives in healthcare is actually the devices which can do early stage of healthcare deployment without the neurologists, radiologists, pathologists involved, but at the early stage rural screening and all that, which is very much possible, friends, in next 5 years, where you would have simple healthcare workers taking data. That data will be aligned against the AI data and will give you, if there are red alerts that has to go to a gynecologist, a radiologist, a urologist. And that is actually, to me, is amazing opportunity in terms of equitable public health. That is happening, if I may say so, on behalf India, because India is need is humongous. We do not have enough number of doctors, we do not have enough number of neurologists, enough number of radiologists, enough number of pathologists. This is where the devices and the technology is going to make the humongous change. And that is something at really equitable public health. So may I come to Jitendra on that and then to Devang. Jitendra, please tell us couple of, or at least one example for now, and then I'll go to Devang, where such possibilities are there, where these devices which can actually go in rural areas in the hands of primary healthcare workers and actually collect the data, you know, like expecting mothers, can you just have a small device here and look at the fetal movement? And do you think its fetal movement is right or not? This is, you do not need a gynec or a sonography expert to do that. So over to you.
So no, excellent remarks, Taslim, once again. Obstetrics and gynecology, where we predict child's health and mother's health using point of care technology given to mother right during the pregnancy, is one example. We have also deployed smart ECGs in thousands of places in many parts of the country in India, where cardiac markers can be predicted, cardiac events can be predicted. You can also monitor rising triglycerides, for example, which is a predictor of diabetes using point-of-care devices. But my point is, the problems that India has, which is shortage of radiologists, for example, is also a problem of Australia. The problem of neurologists is also a problem in the US because the depressions are high. Our problems are not unique. Our solutions are unique. And that's what gives our solutions the power to be global. And if we can, for example, an MRI costs in Indian rupees 6 crores. I don't know in millions how much it would be, but now that's because the superconducting magnet of the MRI that we make uses helium at 4 Kelvin temperatures. Now, University of Columbia, Harvard Medical School and AMTZ, we are collaborating to build world's first non-helium MRI, which will make MRI the size of that chair. You can actually do an MRI, not in a humongous machine, but like a sofa, right? That would be non-helium, next-gen technology to beat the problem of shortage of radiologists globally, not just India. Now, migrating from this room-size MRI to a chair-size MRI requires data of millions of MRIs done globally. And therefore, if we marry data to right technologies, convert our unique solutions, we can actually solve global problems, not just domestic problems.
No, thanks, Jitendra. Absolutely. So there are so many opportunities where there is a need and technology can go and fill the gap. And that is very, very exciting. Coming to you, Devang, you have seen this from possibly your early avatar and now in this avatar as well. Where do you see in India for now, there is an opportunity for us to go in with technology. We are at the technology, larger event, to go in to ensure that the public health, the numbers suggest that India does, possibly a larger population, a very large percentage of India do not get a good primary health. And we all know that. We can't hide behind on that. How do you think, according to you, something can be done? If somebody gives you a wish list, what would be that?
No, not wish list. I think we as some of the industry bodies and government and are paid to solve the problem, right? I think healthcare in India is very typical. There's a lot of need gap. There are insurers who don't make money. There are providers who don't make money. And consumer is also not very happy that this is the situation in India. Now, rather than to solve this problem, what actually it's proven that all you got to do is to reduce the health incidence by 10%. All three stakeholders will be very happy. Now, that's possible by two things. Move healthcare from curative to preventive. And it's proven that anything which is detected earlier, just by 2 years earlier, and which is medically possible. There are very few conditions which are only accidents cannot be preempted. 99% of medical conditions can be preempted. It leaves markers far ahead. And the cost of treatment changes drastically. So to answer your question, the solution is create products and change behavior to move healthcare from tertiary to primary. Rather than primary, also preventive. It's so amazing that if we make a poll here, how many of you have got your cars serviced in last 12 months? Everybody will raise hands. How many of you have got yourself serviced? The number will be very less. Whenever I do this poll in a small group, answers are very, very predictable. It's 1/4 the people who, compared to people who get their cars serviced. just because you don't understand the machine behind the car and you believe that you are in control, that I have nothing. But that's not true. Just that preventive health test every year can dramatically change the public health. And I think I read somewhere Japan makes it mandatory for people to have preventive health test.
They have
And
the
that's
highest
why they have
lifespan.
highest lifespan. Probably the causality is not known, but,
But
probably.
but from take it from there, I think definitely healthcare, the if you actually want to make an impact in healthcare, you have to move from curative to preventative, and that's absolutely spot on. I think the last word, if I know we would be against time, but if I request each one of you to make one quick sentence about how two geographies of India and France could look at possibilities of working together. Where is that opportunity? Very quick. I'll start with Hela.
So I think, I mean, if we have to look to one thing that is really, really practical and that we can do tomorrow is like share how do we manage health personal data at the personal level. And if we share that, maybe we can understand more about how the healthcare works and how digital services can work around that data. And then maybe we can find like services, French services that can be useful for Indian person and Indian services that can here enter the French market access.
Thank you, Hela. Jitendra?
I would simply say look at the success stories. In last 3 years, India and France must have had at least 10 very credible innovation success stories. Let us take it, scale it. Because when you work on success, your chances of greater success is high. And therefore, pick your success stories and scale. Scaling is the only way to grow.
Well said. Evan?
I think there is health is the only subject which is universal. So, of course, we can work with France, India, and India has a lot of training data for AI to work. We have to put this to use. Otherwise, we will stare at catastrophe. So, COVID has already proven that we are not as individualistic as we feel we are. So I think it's a problem on hand for the world, and India, France, being a strategic partner, can always work together.
Fantastic. So thank you so much all.
Thank
Hela, Devang, Jitendra, thank you so much for joining. Please join to thank the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jitendra,
Thank
for
you.
your...
And thanks to all the panelists and the moderator, Taslim, for always doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So after an insightful discussion on healthcare, let's move to education and skills. I would like to call upon Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani to lead the panel discussion on education through technology. I would like to invite the panelists, Mr. Philippe Ahoulous, Administrator of Data, Algorithms and Source Code from Ministry of Education, and Mr. Benjamin Matu, the Director of PICS.
Good evening. Oh, okay, I can hear myself. Is your mic working? Sound check. Can we just ask for the mic? The mic's not working. Yeah. All right. In the meanwhile, hello everybody here at Viva Tech 2022 and back home in India. Our panel today is called Education Through Technology. Before I get started on what it is, I wanted to introduce people on stage. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Hello again, Viva Tech 2022 and those seeing back home. We're doing a panel today on education and technology. Before I move ahead, I wanted to introduce the panelists. Philippe Ajoelos joined in 2019 the Digital Education Department of the National Education Ministry to contribute to digital educational policy. He was previously the head of the Procurement Mission and Ministerial Procurement Office of the Ministry of National Education. These responsibilities allow him to get to know innovation technology for education and the EdTech ecosystem in France and around the world. Currently, he is the Ministerial Administrator of Data, Algorithms and Source Codes. Welcome, Philippe.
Namaste. Namaste, foreign Jan. And Shukriya Tanuj Bulani Keliye.
Thank you. Aapko bhi, the audience. Thank you, Philippe. And along with Philippe, we have Benjamin Martu, who is the director of PICS, a French online public service designed to assess, develop and certify digital skills, which has already been shared with other countries as a educative common good. He's the former general delegate of the French National Education Economy Council, and he also served as the Deputy Chief of Staff to the French Minister of Education from 2012 to 14. Welcome, Benjamin.
Namaste. Thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with Philippe. We work a lot together.
Yes.
And I hope we will have some great exchange and discussions.
Yes, I am excited as well. So let me start with the topic and why we are here today. You know, when the internet came about, one of the things that people were excited about was the exchange of information and what it meant for knowledge and learning, etc. So from the 90s to now, I think one of the areas where the biggest promise has been is in education and learning. We already know a lot of people will tell you, even I, that I have learned more from YouTube than I have from my university. But you know, that's not enough. That kind of sort of, you know, laissez-faire, if that's the right way of saying it. Education is not enough. We need to be more proactive and more conscious in how we do education. For the benefit of the audience back home, would you please care to tell us what, Benjamin first, PICS, how does PICS think about technology and education? What does your organization really do?
Okay, thanks a lot. So PICS, as you said before, it's a public service. It's an online service that have three missions. The first one is to assess digital skills. So we are working, that's technology for education about technology, okay? That's the first step. So we have some tests, and you can know and discover what are your skills on digital, on the digital world. That's the first step. Secondly, we use the data we gather to propose some tutorials, some learning path, learning experiences, that fit with your skills. So in your area of not too difficult and not too easy. Okay, so average for you level. So nearby your level. And at the end of the day, we can propose some certificate. And today we offer certificate for millions. I know in India, 5 millions, that's not so much, but in France, that's a lot. And so we've got 2 million certificates today that we gave to mostly pupils, but also students, job seekers, employees, certificate that says that they have some digital skills, a bit like the TOEFL, but for digital skills.
Got it. So you have basically adaptive learning that is responsive to where the user's learning levels are, and also digital credentialing.
So our goal is to help people using technology, but we use technology and algorithm to teach and to, not to teach, but to help people develop their skills. And so we've got adaptive paths for tests and for learnings.
Got it.
With algorithms that are open source, and you can find it on GitHub.
So, this is your marquee project that represents technology, right? The PIX platform is your marquee project. Same question to you, Philippe, is what's your organization's philosophy and what is the big project?
Thanks, Tanuj. First of all, it's obvious to say that digital technology in education is a powerful vector of innovation in terms of teaching, school organization, and equal opportunity for all. Therefore, the ministry actively supports all the actors of the education community, teachers, pupils, students, parents, local authorities, to better prepare them for the skills and profession of today and tomorrow, and to enrich training paths. Our marquee project, in plus of PIX, is the AI innovation partnership, or how to use the potential of AI to assist teachers and differentiate student activity. I would like to say some words about this partnership of innovation. The ministry launched an innovation partnership to develop an AI assistant for learning French and mathematics from K1 to K3. So young pupils, 6 solutions were selected, and we will start the deployment in September 2022. So now, our approach combines field experience feedback from RED faces, which allow users to demystify AI in their professional practice, and to test for real what you can do it with this kind of solution. This project offer also to EdTech and AI laboratory research to support teacher and student, and to explore different technique or components in the field of reading, of writing, mathematics, geometry. We can do it, we can talk about further.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So if I understand correctly, both of your organizations are using technology to skill people, better prepare people for tomorrow. And I'm glad you brought up AI, because that's what I was thinking about next. A lot of us have been talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and especially in a country like India, in our context, where there is a shortage of good teachers, right? So 5 million is a small number in India, and it's more than 5 million, and we don't have them. So the way that we think about AI back home in India is, can we use AI to fill in the gaps where the teachers are simply not there? So in some ways, AI is looked as a substitute. But could you enlighten us how you think about AI in education in France? Is it a substitute? Is it to augment? What is the philosophy and the thinking about AI? Benjamin?
Okay. So I speak for myself
Yeah.
as a director of PIX. Philippe will say what is the position of the Ministry of Education, because we work a lot together. I think we have a lot in common. But for us, AI can help teaching in different ways. The first one, I think we should be modest and humble. And often, the people who is talking about AI say too much. We will replace teachers. I think it's not a good approach. I can understand the needs you were talking about, because everybody has not the chance to have a teacher, and we have to think about those people as well. And we are trying to do that as well for PIX. But first, I think we should to be humble and to say we can use very usefully AI to help teachers. First step for PIX, that's what we do. We can do some assessment AI based, and that help teacher to understand what are the skills of the student, of the pupils, and to adapt the teaching for more personalized. That's the first one, and that allow the teacher to change the way he teach, because he can make different groups. He can focus more on the physically. He can focus more on the pupils that needs more the help of the teacher. Instead, the other can have online experience, and they don't need that much the help of the teacher on that specific subject. So, but we have to think, and we are trying to think for other experiences where there is no teacher, because, for instance, we are working for lifelong learning for PIX. That's not only education ministry or higher education ministry. We are working for pensioners, for instance, and it's difficult for pensioners to say, okay, you will find teachers and so on. And so we are trying to improve our technology to offer maybe less ambitious, but that first step experiences to improve a bit. And we are trying to use AI to give personalized experiences that are welcoming experiences, because often you've got some tests, you have some challenges for people that are very, very the young people. I can see in the audience young people that are that have a lot of habits on the digital devices. Okay, you can have some challenges you like that. For older people, that's not the same. So we need to calibrate algorithm in a more welcoming ways, and we are working on that. And we do believe that it's possible to help those people with AI, maybe with a lot of human every month, but that's less intensive. Without human, it's complicated, but we can do less intensive, and so you can manage to help more people, I think.
Thank you.
But I think we need to be humble.
Yeah. No,
ambitious but humble.
Yes, I agree. Philippe, same question to you. How do you and how does the ministry think about AI in technology?
My friend Benjamin says all what I want to say, but I'm going to take this word and to say for the ministry we walk with humble and modest, but with the ambition to do it. And for the ministry, AI in education is based on fundamental goals. First, to train manager, teacher, pupils. Second, to assist teachers and manager in the management of school and the education system by improving the pedagogical differentiation and the personalization of learning, or even the management of student career. And we can't forget the adult too, with long life learning. And at the end, AI and education have to manage to contribute of training of citizens and the employability of the young people and adults now. And in order to be sure that AI raise its full potential and be accepted by everyone, it's necessary to adopt a major principle to make AI acceptable to the actor of the educational community by a legal and ethical approach. And second, raise awareness, demystify, train to AI in education with various vectors around MOOC, case study, and solving problem of everyday life.
All right, Philip. So, both of you touched upon something, and I would ask you to go deeper. Like you said, for lifelong learning, there's going to be learners at different levels. You also said that we should be humble about our ability, and we are not using AI to replace a teacher, but to augment, to train the teacher, to help manage personalized learning, and to help focus their efforts on pupils and understand their students better. The problem, at least in India, again, is that these technologies exclude. Age is one factor, income is another, access to high-speed internet is another factor of exclusion. So every time we lean more and more towards technology, right, we sort of become exclusionary, especially in the field of education, which is supposed to be something that we give to everybody. And I know that France has higher education as a right to everyone, and I know everybody here has gone to college and is really excelled. So in a country like France, where education is such a fundamental sort of right that you offer to the public, how do you think about the possible exclusions that technology may bring in, or the possible biases that AI may bring in? How do you deal with those? Again, maybe we start with Philippe this time, just to shake things up.
Yes. Maybe it's important to say that we have to be sure that teachers don't feel to be excluded about new technology. And technology is a tool at the service of teacher, who's the one only able to make educational diagnosis of the student. Is it important to say too that to remember that teaching through and in digital technology necessary to avoid creating exclusion from society and jobs. No one in our society should be left apart just because he wouldn't use digital tools. We are convinced that the digital tools is one of the tools of the service of equal opportunity, social, geographical, and cognitive. And it's a lever to reduce inequalities. The ministry supports the creation of solutions for students with disabilities to enable the adaptation of the educational resources for learning purpose. Another example is what we are deploying 4,500 telepresence robots, allowing children unable to go to school because medical treatment to maintain a social link with their classes. This program has already shown some really amazing results for disabled pupils, but also the mates. By the way, if I can say some word more, the Indian and French philosophy about software development and digital society are very similar. We both believe in a free and open source software relying on open standard for data exchange and national infrastructure open to all actors in order to encourage innovation from all, for and for all, to become really independent.
Thank you, Philip. Before we go to Benjamin, allow me to plug in things from India, which we are country of the year. We do have a very similar philosophy. Like you said, we have digital public goods in education, building blocks. The most sort of popular one is called Diksha, which is based off the open source Sunbird platform, whose job also is to allow teachers. So India, as you know, has many languages, many cultures, and therefore what works with a student in rural Maharashtra may not work with a student in Tamil Nadu, where, as you know, they don't say namaste, they say vanakkam. So therefore we have these ways of crowdsourcing content, etc. And we have an open standard, this open QR standard, which is being printed on all textbooks in India, such that a student in any small place can scan that QR code and they get personalized content in their language created by somebody sitting 50 kilometers away from them, rather than 3,000 kilometers away, who doesn't speak the same language and the culture. Although what I heard from Philippe about inclusion of children with disabilities, telepresence robots, that seems like the future back from where I'm from. So congratulations, those sound like really good initiatives. But Benjamin, over to you. How do you think about, since you work with a range of learners, how do you think about exclusion?
The question of inclusion for PICS is really a core question, because we are digital tool that is fighting the digital divide. And so we are committed in upskilling or reskilling the people to make them more able to use digital tools and to live in the digital world. So that's the first step. But the second step is, as a digital tool, as any digital tool, we have some challenges. And for instance, when you speak about EdTech, we offer some tests on PICS for our pupils. Those tests, we've got some results. And with the results, we provide analysis. With the analysis, we provide suggestions for teachers. And when you do suggestions, that's AI-based suggestions, you make some choices. Because you've got all the individual results of a group, and you have to make suggestions for teachers. What do you do? Do you focus the attention of the teacher on the 2 or 3 pupils that are a bit behind? Or do you focus on an average position for the majority of the group? That's political choice. That's a question of inclusion, and often algorithms are hidden, and so you cannot know what the algorithm do, and there is some choices. Normally, a teacher every day make this kind of choices. Here, that's the technology that make the choices, and so for inclusion, I think it's not only a word, it should be a code. And inclusion, you have to put it in the code, and that's why I think public interest, ministries, and we need some public authorities able to check the algorithm, to check if it fits with inclusion standards. You've got a lot in a lot of countries. I'm sure in India that's the same. We've got data protection agency. I hope in some months and years, we will have algorithm transparency agency, national agency. I think we need it because it's very important for some values, national values, and inclusion is among those values.
No,
I hope that was clear.
It's very
I
clear.
was
In fact,
trying something.
No, I think and as you were speaking, I want to say this. It resonates very, very deeply, because even in India, we are trying to popularize the idea that code is political. There are choices that have been made, and you cannot pretend that a technology is neutral and it is not going to cause a change in how society works. If it was neutral and was not causing a change, it's probably not effective technology, right? It's probably very small. But if it is effective, it is political, we must be talking about them more openly. In fact, this again works very well with the question I wanted to ask next, is that given all these opportunities, possibilities, how the ministry thinks digital can really help, and the challenges that all inclusion must be at the code level, it should be political. How do you think about scaling up? I know that in the tech world, everybody here, in the other panels, wants to go from 1 to 1 million to 1 billion, tomorrow. But especially in this critical field, how do you think about scale? What do you look out for? What's your philosophy around, scaling up? Philippe.
Despite the work done by all the people mobilized in a ministry, in an academy, local authority, by teacher, by parents, the way is long to do, and to scale up digital education for all territories and all disciplines. We will continue to work, and we have to continue the work of acculturation and training, but also evaluation and improvement of our services for student success. We will continue our effort to produce digital tools and resources made by teachers and also their students by setting up a forge of open source digital educational commons. And in other way, we will expand with edtech AI-based solution from K4 to K12 for learning French, mathematics, and foreign languages.
Got it. So you have a very granular plan for what comes next. That's excellent. But I like the idea of forging digital commons such that people can build upon it, and the innovation that comes from the crowd is usually the best. How is Pix thinking about scaling?
Well, Pix, we reached a first stage of scaling up with our 5 million users, active users, the previous year. But to my mind, the keys for scaling up, the first one is you need to have a good product. You need to have something useful. Yeah. Because you cannot think about scaling up when you have something that is not useful, very useful. So how to get it? You need some time. And that's not that easy when you're in the education ministry or higher education ministry, because the people want quick results. So you need to have the chance to have the time to build a good product. That's the first key, and with good methodology, agile methodology, and so on. The second things, for instance, I don't know if it's the same same conception in India, but education, that's sovereignty. Education, that's the country of tomorrow. That's the brain of our children. That's us. And so when you want to scale in France, but when you want to scale, I think, in the education field, you need to build a strategic alliance between public authorities, because that's the sovereignty, that's the democracy, and you need to have public support. First step, and I think, but that's not enough. You need to have a common good approach, and because the public services alone, we've got a lot of public services alone that are not good. But the mix between public services and common good or public good or public good, I think that's the best strategy to build something that can scale up afterwards.
Yeah, that's
and I know India is very committed on that field, and we're very happy to.
No, honestly, you stole the words from my mouth. I was going to say the same thing, that we are committed to the same ideas. I think the Indian government is here today because it is proud and wants to display what its startups and innovators have done, and also the public goods, the common good that we have built. So this pavilion here, for those watching at home, is exactly that. I want to end the session here. We're running short on time. I just have one final question for the both of you, which is, what are you most excited about in terms of edtech or technology in education? Hopefully something very sort of exciting for the viewers at home to look forward to. Philippe and then Benjamin.
Thank you, Philippe. That's what I just said. For me, the big project is to be able to mix the strengths of public service and public interest and the strengths of common good, not only at a national level, but at an international level. Because if we don't do that, I'm sure at the end of the day, that's not public, that's not common, and that's private interest. And so it's not neutral, but I'm sure that's the good way, but it's not an easy way.
It's not an easy way.
Shortly, what excites me the most, technology in education pose again the role and the responsibility of school in the creation of citizens involved and critical, who will defend our democracy values. What is at stake is independence and democracy. It's not a problem of technology. Being an actor and a maker of technology, or at least to understand it, women and men, ensures that we maintain our community of destiny, or destiny, maybe Indian and French destiny.
Correct. Thank you so much for having us here. I would like to end the session.
Thank you, Tanuj.
Thank you.